moments, and a new way to play for glory.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard. Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Alright, welcome guys. It's great to have Tableton and Kickstarts here. Let's say hello to everyone. Hello.
Ni hao.
That's for EMEA actually.
We're in China.
Oh, God, alright. So let's start with the tournament so far. This tournament hasn't quite gone on the way you wanted so far. So looking back, what do you think has been the biggest challenge for the team? Like in PDS7?
I think we're still not used to the digging meta with the pickaxes. It's kind of throwing the game in a completely different direction than it has been, and especially the blue zone settings as well. And I think both of those things have just completely changed the meta, and I think you're seeing a lot of the teams that usually perform at the top perform a little bit more shaky, inconsistent because the meta is just so different from what it used to be because of those two things.
You need time to adapt it.
Yeah, if there is a possibility of adapting to it at this point, it's a little hard.
What's the team's mindset going to that next challenge?
For us, I mean, we're just going to try and play our game. Like, we've been consistent so far with our results. We had one terrible day yesterday, but in a 5-game set, I think that kind of thing is just going to happen sometimes. A lot of the problems we spoke about last night, and we're just going to come in with, same confidence.
Like, one thing people always mention about Falcons is how close you seem as teammates. But like, what's something about this team that fans don't get to see, like, behind the scene?
Yeah. We have a very close relationship. I think we're all a bit like brothers, more so than other teams. And fans might see that to a degree on like our live streams and stuff, but I don't think they see how tight we are exactly.
Yeah. If everyone on your team became an animal, who would be what?
Jeez.
Finally, what's one thing you'd like Falcons fans to remember heading into survival stage? Let's take over first. You want to say something, Cook?
I don't know.
That's all on you.
It's on me, yeah. Let me think. We're trying our best.
Okay, see you in the games.
Bye. See ya.
Tired of chasing the same chicken dinner? Now it's your chance to change the game itself with the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest. 3 ways to enter. Go loud with combat modes. Go tense with survival modes. Or go full creative with racing, parkour, party games, or whatever this is. Publish a new PUBG UGC mode for the community to play on and compete for your share of $95,000 in prizes. Every winning mode gets uploaded to PUBG Playgrounds, featured for the community to play. That's your name out there. Plus, the top 10 in every category win cash, including $10,000 for first place. And you don't have to wait for the finale. 10 creators get picked mid-contest for putting something great out there early. Then the community picks its favorites. 6 more winners will receive cash prizes and will be chosen by the players who will actually play their modes. The contest opens on August 12th. All Battlegrounds Plus players can upload their creations. Build your mode. Make your rules. Join the PUBG Battlegrounds UGC contest now. We'll see you on your Battlegrounds.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview. Today we're joined by Keith and Jacob from Made in Thailand. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hi, I'm Jacob.
Hi, I'm Kit.
Welcome. First of all, after the winner stage, what's been the biggest focus for the team as you prepare for the next stage?
ก็จะแก้ไขสำหรับ4เกมแรกที่เกิดขึ้นเมื่อวานครับจะทำให้มันดีขึ้น
You've won so much together. When things don't go your way, what helps the team stay confident?
ก็จริงๆก็ถ้าสมมติเราไม่ได้ตามเป้าหมายที่คาดหวังไว้ก็จริงๆก็คือจะรีเซ็ตทุกๆรอบครับไม่ได้เอาเกมที่แย่ๆมาทำให้ตัวเองรู้สึกไม่ดีครับก็รีเซ็ตแล้วก็เล่นใหม่
Okay. Who is the biggest perfectionist on the team?
คิดว่าเป็นตัวผมเองครับอย่างเช่นการมูฟรถอะไรอย่างงี้ครับผมถ้ามันเสี่ยงเกินไปก็ต้องมาขยับให้มันเพอร์เฟคที่สุดครับ
The tournament is far from over. What do you want people to see from Made in Thailand in the next stage?
อยากให้เห็นพวกเราเป็นท็อป3 global ต่อไปครับผม
Thank you for joining us today and looking forward to behave well, playing well in today's survival stage. See you in the games. Bye-bye.
Bye.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams. But any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Congratulations on advancing the winner stage, and we're having Haktori and Ferris from Navi with us, and our interpreter. Thank you. Congratulations. This yesterday, like in the group stage, Navi once again showed why you're the one of the strongest team in PUBG history. And the first question is for Haktori. What are you most satisfied with?
Більш задоволений тим, що ті висновки, які ми робили до цього на минулих турнірах, спрацювали, і це допомогло нам пройти у наступну стадію.
And next one is for Ferris. Like from your perspective, what do you think the team did especially well, and what do you think anything's not?
Нічого особливого не було. Просто в своїх іграх допускалось мало помилок, тому нам вдалося пройти winner stage.
So when the pressure is high, what helps Navi stay calm and make the right decisions?
Чесно кажучи, навіть по цей час не відчувається ніякого тиску. Напевно, тому що у кожного є своя роль, кожен розуміє, що йому треба робити, і від цього залежить вся наша гра.
Like, who is the most competitive person on Navi, even outside of games?
Та немає такого, що хтось більше, хтось менше. Я вважаю, що у нас у всіх в команді одна ціль і всі хочуть перемагати однаково.
Who is the loudest during the practice and who is the quietest teammate?
Насправді в нас немає найголоснішого, але є найтихіший – це Бустік.
Like finally, what's the biggest goal for Navi heading into the next stage of the tournament, like the winner stage or the finals?
Ціль, як і у всіх інших команд, виграти цей турнір.
Alright, congratulations on advancing to the winner stage. Hope you guys have a good performance today. Bye!
Thank you, bye. Bye.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
AMD touches the lives of billions, powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device, automotive to automation, curiosity to creativity, business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started. AMD. Together we advance.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and today we are having Nixie and Locarex from Virtus Pro joining us. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Hello.
Because you're doing so well in the first half of the season. So let's start with something that everyone is wondering. Because right now, so many people expecting you guys to win all the championships. So will that change the way you approach this tournament?
Nah.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's really good for us that everyone thinks we are the best, so that means that all other teams are kind of scared of us.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think we're gonna change anything in our approach. We're just gonna keep playing how we did already.
If it works, it works.
No. You know, why would you change something that works? There's no point of changing something that works. So, yeah, as Lucas said, I think it's good. It's also a good thing, to know that this team is fighting us. They can make more mistakes because they're facing us. You know, so It's a good thing, I would say so.
Like, is there any secret behind that consistency?
I mean, I would just say just putting in the hours, make sure everyone understands. Like, we just make sure that, for example, when we have a play or something, when we analyze something, that make sure that everyone understands it, and make sure everyone gives input on it, because that's the best way to improve.
Yeah, I think it's just making sure everyone is on the same page. Like, if everyone understands the play, if everyone understands what they need to do in the exact moment, it's always gonna work.
Who usually brings everyone back to the track?
Luca, for sure. I'm the one that brings chaotic probably. Yeah, so definitely Luca.
No, I'm I calm down, and then Nix is always chaotic.
Okay. And if someone watched only one VP match, what do you hope they'd notice about the way your team plays?
I would say how ready we are in the situations. Like, for example, this is our strength, I would say. Like, we don't really miss chances. So when there's chance in front of us that we have a third party, something is free, we are probably the fastest team to realize it. So I would say just how ready we are as a team on, for example, when zone pops, when someone is fighting, how fast we are to third party or something. I would say that is.
I think what Nick said, but I think also that we're annoying to play against, because we always do random stuff. We always change things up, so we're doing a lot of random stuff. So
thanks for sharing, and thanks for joining us today, and thanks for taking your time, take a chat. Hope you guys can have good luck, best luck in next group stage. See you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right, welcome everyone. We're joined by Team Nemesis, and we have Diffix and Sosit here. Let's greeting everyone. Hello.
Hello.
What is it like to be in the same team together?
Insane.
Insane?
Yeah, the feeling is good. It's, definitely playing with Sosit again is really cool. Because before in Navi I didn't actually like to play with Sosit, but right now I enjoy playing with Sosit.
Really? Why?
That's true. That's true.
That's true?
I don't know. Sosit was young, and right now he's older, so he really good.
It's more experience, right? So what's your opinion?
The same for me. We played with Diffix in the same team 2 times. I remember how we was tested in EU team together, and after that we played in Navi. That was good experience, and right now we have a good team and a good have a better experience to play together right now. So.
Who adapted to the new team fastest?
I think me, because I didn't have any problem adapting anywhere. In any team it was pretty easy to adapt, so I guess me.
Okay.
Because also I was playing, I was the last one who joined Team Nemesis, because the guys already was playing together, and I joined last.
Okay, inside the team, who's usually the loudest during matches?
Sosit.
Me.
Right.
Yeah, because speaking a lot and very loud.
If entire team had to survive a real-life battle royale, who would actually make it to the end? Let's start with Sosit, right?
Not me.
Not you? Why?
That's, I don't know, too hard.
So who do you think actually make it?
Probably Diffix.
I think I will try to survive.
No. What's the reason?
And I like leaving, you know. Don't want to die.
When people watch Team Nemesis this season, what do you hope to remember about this team?
I think like I actually don't want everyone to like remember us. I mean, I don't wish this like firstly, like that's not important for me. I feel like it's more important for me that like I remember like this team like and this year like a good year, you know.
Okay, and thanks for joining us for today's interview. Bye.
Bye.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Hello everyone, we are joined by players from Team Vitality, Queasy and Levante. Thanks for joining us. Let's start with how things have been going recently, because you seem like a little bit tired. How has the team preparation been leading up to this tournament?
Basically because we just played 2 tournaments in a row. I feel like whenever you play tournaments and you go for another tournament, you have a good preparation and good momentum because it's not scrims, it's like the actual games, the officials. So you just you just play one, you just think about the mistakes you had, and then you fly to the next one ready to play. So it's basically, after playing EWC and Astana and having good results there, I think we're in a good shape.
Like during intense games, who usually keeps everyone focused?
Наш капитан Gidrox.
Our captain Gidrox.
Gidrox?
Yeah.
Welcome back to Shanghai, China for the kickoff of the PGS 7 winners bracket. We're here with the top 16 teams, 64 players who mean business and are ready to play more PUBG.
Supers who have just been farming 10 kills. And they're looking for a win and taking shots over towards Virtus Pro.
But it's VP versus Twisted Minds that opened the door for that middle fight and should secure an easy win as long as Soup doesn't make some crazy throw level mistake.
I mean, it'd be very hard to do, and Supers will clutch it out. Big win to start the day for them and get that snowball rolling in the right direction.
Kicks it over their head, so now Twisted knows exactly where to throw their nade.
Yeah, that nade could be very good right on top of the coop, but it's 2 for the price of 1, and the coop is sent to space.
And now here comes the push. Supers realize that they need to get all around this. Actually, look like they're going to grab the car, try to use it for a bit more cover. Are they going to try to go down the hillside and fight that there, leaving one behind? This is going to allow them to make a pinch point, and Supers are making a play to take control over the circle. And now we're going to have Supers with 1 up. They've got a Dorito, a car, and a road, and it doesn't feel too good. GK, you want to try to set up a new pinch on the DL. He's got to make sure that he makes landfall. Any damage that the DL can get here could be big.
Oh, no.
He can't quite hit the shots, and Akan in a great position, and that is pinched. DL's got nothing left to work with.
The window, the door might have just been shut, and it has. GK take the second map, making sure Supers don't go back to back. But that is one of the best final circle fights I have seen in a long, long time.
He's got to watch out for Little Ghost just behind the tree. He's got a nade queued up. He's going to send that over, cooking it up right now. Bounces past the car. Ooh. He gets a nice knock right off the trunk. He is down to 1. He has to stop the Soup. He's got the advantage. Nade is cooked. Og out the right side, goes for the spray and finishes the job. Supers, the leaders in the lobby, are out.
And now it's down to 2 here for Petrichor Road, and they are basically 1v2ing by themselves. Ooh. Ming Ming's gonna go down. Another one will follow, and GK will go back-to-back Korean domination here through the first 3 games.
They already got 1 player down. He must now getting shot from behind, and
Wait, we know though that that 3 can stay shells. Yeah, Perfectix gets it this time.
But instead, Twisted is waiting, setting the pace, slowing everything down to see if maybe anybody steps out, tries to go for some aggressive counterplay back, but finally Lou steps in on the angle, spots it, and just unloads with the LMG. Just 1 up, and it is going to go into Twisted Mind's favor, finding it, and a smiling Batulins is always terrifying.
The final game, a return to the grassy pastures.
Holding that staircase, all he's got left in the bag though is flashbangs. He'll try to send it. Tries to push across, he gets 1, retreats back, goes into the car, comes around on the other side, gives him the the okie doke. Both of them have to reload, and they're going to cut back to it. He gets him cold 119, puts him in a blender.
Park Pro with the blaze down, hits him with the Dragonov. Easy finish, no cover, and he will be dusted.
It's looking like Geeky has got this one absolutely wrapped up, and indeed they do. The final win of the day going over to Geeky as they cement their first place finish.
Make sure you're back tomorrow for all of the action. I guarantee it's going to be a barn burner. Thank you so much for spending your day with us, and until we see you next time, play more PUBG.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my friend away. Take me to the front line, put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends, once again to beautiful Shanghai, China for the finale of PGS 7. We had group stages, then we had survival, we had winner, we had the first day of the final, and now we have the 16 teams who fought out 5 and have 5 more to go to say that they deserve a spot in the winners division next season, as well as a bid to go to PGC. This is going to be exciting because it was a crazy day yesterday. My name's Toffee, and I'm joined by Matchroom, Gibson, and Porosaurus. Let's get right into it. Matchroom, we saw some favorites at the bottom and some surprises at the top, but it was a good day altogether.
I mean, you got to give it Supers as well as Geeky. They just had a stellar run yesterday. Geeky walking away with a ton of wins, Supers with a win and a ton of second places. So they come out into a dominant position, but we also saw a resurgence from Twisted Minds and, of course, the ever VP looming in the background. Before we go too in deep on this one, though, I also do want to give a shout out to these two guys across from us because they also pulled double duty today. They cast PGS, then cast the Cups, and now back over here. Hopefully you guys have got some sleep.
Did you guys get some sleep?
Yeah, I good sleep well, yes. Yeah.
Nice. It's very high.
I was muted
Like
that whole time. What are you going to do?
Oh no. As if to prove it, Poro goes quiet. He is operating on vibes. It's all good. So Poro, since you decided to take that time to really think, let me ask you about something that has been incredible. That's Geeky getting 3 wins. I mean, that does feel, really
pretty dominant,
epic, to be honest. Yeah, right? like that's for those who maybe don't watch tons of PUBG, how impressive is 3 wins on one day in a final?
It's always impressive. It's I don't think you need to be a veteran of PUBG viewership to figure out that winning 3 and 5 is actually pretty insane. But obviously a huge day for Geeky. Great start, but the only problem is that they weren't really able to create a whole lot of separation from the rest of the pack. And then if you go back historically, looking at PGS's 1, 2, 4, and 5. The team that was in first place after the end of day 1 has not won yet the final. So Geeky still has a lot of work left to do.
I've heard the word separation anxiety, and I assume that's when you win 3 games and are only 10 points ahead of the second place, because that would stress me out with those comparatives. Now, second place, Gibson, was the Supers. These guys, they got a double silvers and a gold or a chicken going into this one, but still, they've got that 10 points to make up. How hard is that going to be for them in terms of gaining ground?
I think that they'll be okay with it, right? The big thing for me is, yes, Geeky won 3 maps, but they didn't dominate in those 3 games. Like, they weren't dropping 12, 13 kills, and it means that it's only a 10-point gap. And Supers, we know they got hands, so they could come out swinging today. One good game there, back out on the top. But how many times, and I think it was alluded to already, have we seen a team that isn't in the top 2 or 3 come in on the Sunday and just ball out for the 5 maps.
Let's talk about the teams that are behind them. 3rd, 4th, 5th place matchup. You got Twisted Minds, who's won more PGSs than anybody, as well as EWC. Full Sense, the defending world champions. Virtus Pro, the defending EWC champions. That's a pretty nasty chase pack.
Oh, especially when you look at that Twisted Minds is not had the best of years so far, kind of since the PGS, actually kind of including the PGC into last year. But they did manage to get 2 third places yesterday, as well as a first with a 10-kill victory. We saw some really big plays coming out on their 14-kill third place. What was it? Batulans that had like 8 kills or something ridiculous inside that one. Looking in, we can see also that Virtus Pro, while they've been still consistent, they've been getting a lot of it off of kills, not necessarily make it in the later stages, which is something that they're more known for. Full Sense, we keep talking about like repeat offenders. Well, repeat 4th place, holding down 5th place. So well done to those guys, as after that it gets a little bit of, I guess, kind of touch that 4th place position every once in a while, and that's what leads to the compression immediately afterwards, where we've got 36 points for E-Arena, 33 points for 17 Gaming. And remember, 17 came in with a 10-point lead after how well that they did in the group, or the winners bracket.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
I'll get down.
Go ahead.
All these different terms.
As we look at the head-to-head, we got Example versus Curexy, 2 of those chase pack teams we brought up earlier. Example, crazy amounts of damage and a significantly lower kill conversion rate, but I do think that speaks to the way that Twisted Minds has been playing. I want to talk about that chase, or not the chase pack, the gap pack. Let's call that, Poro. Those guys who were, sitting, I would say, at the 8th place below. We're talking 26 points. There's still a reason to gain, but is there a world where those 8th through 16th teams can really make the push to catch up to the top 3 or 4?
It's going to be tough. I mean, a lot of it's going to depend just on what happens in the first game, right? Like, you only have 5 games, and clearly the lead pack is put some distance in between themselves and yourself. So you basically just got to go out there in game 1, try to go hunting for points as quickly and as fast as you can, and kind of hope that GK, Supers, Twisted, VP, Full Sense, hope those teams that are kind of in the lead fall back down a little bit. Now, it's really hard to operate a tournament, though, on hopes and wishes. So, really all you can do is take control of what you have control of the power over, and that is your own performance, which I think like we were seeing teams really do yesterday. Yesterday felt extremely violent from very early on.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking hot drops match them and early fights that transition to mid-game fights like that. It was Falcons was caught over at Milta. We saw a couple of fights up on the north side. The Liquid Vitality over at it was like a non-stop slugfest yesterday.
Well, we also did see a lot of the squads that could handle those prolonged engagements really start to find big successes, because that's where we saw those big kill counts coming out from. While we talked about GK not necessarily having the highest of kill counts, it's just by comparison to everybody else, because, I mean, when we look at Supers, they had a 12 kill and a 10 kill first and second. Again, we talked about Twisted Minds, 14 kills, 3rd place, 10 kills, 1st place. This is just that mid-game kind of transitioning into a very long skirmish period for these teams. As I kind of have flashbacks to, what was it, Rondo, whenever we saw Twisted making that very long push all the way into the end game, and it was just kill upon kill that they were having to pick up. Or we can even look back into the building in game 5 that you guys were casting, where it was just like everybody flooding into that one compound, and we're starting to see like the guys that can clutch and really keep their team in it. That's the nature of the beast, man. It comes down to, a lot of times there was a lot of one person still up with 3 players down, and that one guy had to finish the fight and then just immediately start rezzing everybody to move into the next firefight.
Now, talking about moving to the next thing, let's talk about how it's not just the prize pool that matters here, right, Gibson? There's also PGC points on the line, and a pretty decent share of them. Just to give you guys a perspective, I'm going to ask Gibson about the impact of that in a moment. First place is 60, then it goes 48, 40, 34, 30, 26, all the way down to 2 for our last place teams. That's relevant because when you actually go to the current standings halfway through the year, our top team is separated by less than 10 points, and our teams who are below the cutoff for PGC opportunities are only about 8 points back on their nearest competitors. So that is not a huge switch up, right? So talk to me about when our players are looking at this, Gibson, PGC points placement, even moving a little bit between 6th and 4th, can have a pretty big impact, right?
Yeah, PGC is the pinnacle of our esport. That's where all these teams want to be in. And there's a lot of teams that are at this event that have the opportunity to get PGC points that all those teams that didn't qualify through the regionals aren't going to get. Like, I'm looking at teams like Nemesis and Godlike. They're all on the bubble of PGC in their individual regions. And this is a great chance for them to get those extra few points over the next 3 weeks to qualify. Remember, double what we had in the last PGSs before this is what's up for grabs. But the big scare for me is when you look at the likes of like Thailand, Sharper, a team that's on the bubble. But guess what? All the other teams that are above them are at this PGC or PGS, and all those other teams are doing better. So some teams are actually losing ground on that PGC race despite even being here.
Well, that's, I think, where we're seeing a lot of teams make big pushes to get up towards the top and set that path to PGC, especially once EWC is over. I think it's almost like a clarity opens. The covers are released from some of our players. As you pass that mid-year, a lot of it looks like it's gearing up towards that trip to Paris. And then all of a sudden, Matchroom, it's over, and you kind of just turn. You can see the players turn, and their eyes are focused on PGC. And it really, I think, changes your mentality, because now you're at that back end game. You got to get every single final to matter, because that's the big deal. Going to PGC, being a world champion, you don't want to end up like Batu and the boys who are frustrated that they over and over and over again haven't had a chance to lift that trophy.
I mean, you can look at it, that's kind of what we look at with Falcons, right? Is they made a lot of their changes moving into that mid-year as far as like IGL and kind of switching spots just because they wanted to be prepared for what's happening in the last half of the year. This is whenever you can get those big PGC points, specifically in these tail-end systems, because it's worth so much more in these later stages. So you're 100% right. A lot of these teams are turned eyes onto what's going to be going on at the end of the year. But also inside this lobby, nobody wants to be down at the bottom of it, because remember that after we do this, when we come back next week, it's going to be this exact same lobby, and being down at the bottom of the leaderboard just kind of makes you look too tasty as far as drops and rotates, and everybody's going to have a couple of days to plan ways to mess with you if you don't end up with a decent enough spot on this leaderboard to where everybody kind of considers you a threat.
See, I spent all my life in the gym trying to look tasty, and I could have just lost PUBG games. What a waste of my time. Let's talk. Thank you, Poro. You too. It's weird. All right, hood to hood. Let's talk about Geeky and the Supers. Little side-by-side action of our 1 and 2 teams, Gibbs.
Yeah, Geeky, obviously, they got the 3 wins yesterday and 28 kills, but Supers came out punching. Like, look at the difference in damage numbers. Both of these teams making the top 4 in 3 of the 5 games we played. The difference is the winner chicken dinner percentage. Every time Geeky found themselves in the top 4, they converted that into a map victory, and that all came down to just incredibly clever decision making. But here's the stat line I want to look at as I send it over to Poro. Like, Batu got 10 kills yesterday. 8 of them came in 1 map alone.
Sure did. Yep, I mean, I don't know what else you can say. Like, it was a really good individual performance. But we talk about that all the time, about how whenever it comes down to these grand finals or these final stages, it's your superstar players making superstar plays that is going to make the difference. And that particular game got Twisted Minds right back into the conversation. A huge game for them. Got them all the way up to 3rd place. So this is not a Twisted Minds that we've seen very often this year, with their eyes on first with only 5 games remaining. So it's pretty spooky for Geeky and Supers. That's the animal, the creature, the beast from the east or from the west that's right in your rear view mirror.
Right? That's the scary part, when you see those blue and red lights pop on behind you, and you got to make the race to get out of there. All right, looks like we're getting close to this. Now you know about my high school years. All right, now we're getting close to the game starting. Let's talk real quick about expectations. 5 games left to play. Gibson, who do you think is able to pull this off? I do love a little mini prediction. I know you guys hate it, but I don't care. Who do you think comes out at the end on top today?
I'm going to go for that VP comeback, and the only reason being is that really low placement point number. They're in 4th place, having only gotten 9 placements yesterday. They will not continue placing so low with the players they have. Big comeback from them boys today, and I think they were going to take it in the last map.
Poro?
I've got eyes on China. 17, I think, had a surprisingly, shockingly bad day yesterday. They've kind of been kept right in the mix by the graces of the 10 points that they came in with off of winner stage. But yeah, I think they supremely underperformed yesterday. Petrichor Road, kind of in the mix. Average day, just slightly below average day. Wouldn't be surprised to see them make a run. And then obviously Myth. Where you at, guys? Like we need to see the Myth that we got used to that went winning 2 of 3 of PGS Circuit 2. Like I just haven't seen that here yet from Myth.
Matt, who do you think comes out on top?
Oh man, I want to say Virtus Pro because of the consistency that they can potentially produce today, but the other part of me in my heart kind of wants to say Twisted Minds. We've seen Twisted Minds kind of faltering, yes, but we also did see Batulans start to really step into different roles, finding ways to survive. We saw the Snake Batulans quite a bit. The other players have also kind of evolved in different fashions. If they're finally starting to figure out TPP in the way that they want to play it, outside of just rolling around with BRDMs, they're going to be scary.
Well, it's time to get scary. It's time to get real. It's time to get into game number 1. We're headed to the grassy pastures to kick off the final day of play. The last 5 of the grand finals to find out who dies and who thrives as they hunt for a berth at PGC. Let's hand it over to our casting duo to start us off. It's going to be Matchup and Porosaurus.
Oh, it's time to Tego, Poro. Are you ready?
We're in there. We're starting off with Tego. We're finishing with Tego. And this is another thing that these guys have had to adjust to over the course of the year is having Tego be your deciding map. We've seen how troublesome this map can tend to be with those hillsides and explosive, destructible terrain, and having to try to make your way up those hills with basically no information about what anybody is doing around there, what could be there. So we'll see. We'll see how they play this one as we have a very far northern plain. Maybe we get to see the North Island again.
I mean, we keep getting like either North Island or just so far down to the south. Like Songam is like the center of the circle. Also do get a couple of little dust ups for cars on this map pretty regularly, but I feel like that's starting to settle down some distance. Maybe around Hosan we might see anyone's legend in full sense. They might go for a similar car as you can see that I think it's going to be Rushy that's looking back at the rest of the squad from anyone's legend. Delwyn's going to go ahead and take that car. That's going to maybe deny out any more hunt for it, but no, we actually get a pretty friendly circle, but an awkward circle.
It's a little bit awkward. But the fact that it's basically, I mean, all things considered, probably 95% playable if you take out that little bit of river on that northern side. I mean, it's already going to force all the teams on the North Island know that they have to make their way down there. The south side pretty completely clear, and everybody should know about that given what the plane path looked like. So long wraps are definitely in play. As come on, man.
Why are you going to do that while we're on the cast?
Oh, that's brutal. That's rude.
I mean, okay, but that is big for Korea if you think about it, because I mean, with GK and Supers, they do have a pretty decent chance this time. But what is it about like the last day of an international in Korea, man? It feels like something just changes for them and not in a good way.
It's tough, but I don't know. I feel like GK and Supers both they look so much different. They look so much better this time around. It does give me a little bit of pause, makes me a little bit nervous that despite getting 3 wins, GK only has a 10-point lead on the pack. But I don't know. We'll see.
They had a good read on the circles yesterday. Like they kept putting themselves in winning positions and then really holding it down. Like I remember that one game whenever they sent EJ off by himself to make the other 2 teams to the north fight. So there is a lot of potential for GK other than just quote-unquote circle luck if they can keep that area of control. And then Supers, of course, can just frag out. Sharper trying to go on the hunt for some points of their own. They've kind of wrapped around a lot of this, but Vitality, the one that they're trying to work around, a lot more stacked together and has the compound to work with. And it feels like early game Vitality always has a Panzerfaust ready, so Sharper, you want to be careful on this approach if you decide to get too feisty.
You see them circling the compound like sharks. This is actually pretty aggressive here from Thunders. After getting the 1 kill off, you feel like Sharper, take your point and get on out of here. This is just going to take too long, but it is inside zone, so I guess they got the time for it. Cowboy, though, is going to spot out Chewy as Petrichor Road's struggles in early game rotations continue.
Yeah, that one hurts a bit. I mean, this is the center of the circle around Buksun Sa, a stretch a bit to the north, and that's where Team Liquid has bumped into him. Thunders, be careful! Getting spotted out both sides now. He is essentially pinched over here. He's got some support. Cars rolling in. Thunderwatt does get the knock onto Gedrox, and now it's got control over this compound approach on the wall.
I mean, hey, No harm, no foul. If Sharper wants to be aggressive and go for these points, I don't blame him. They are sitting a little bit low on the leaderboard, but Levante will get that knock on the Jedi. He's not able to follow it up with the flush just yet, as Arzapalui kind of go through with the seat swap. Not going to spot him. He will spot him there. Levante goes down, and Vitality is getting picked apart, all down to Hello My Bad with the pump shotgun in hand.
That was a spicy little angle that he came in with. Earth really feeling himself right now. Comes in. He's going to go for the approach on the other side of it. And oh, Hello My Bad went for the shots at range, and that just opened it up for Earth. Wow. Sharper, that was a very clean firefight. I like it. Give me some more of that.
Where's that been? Yeah, I mean, like Sharper, I mean, we know, we've seen it in their own region how dominant they can be, how aggressive they can be. Like mechanically, they are pretty cracked. We just haven't gotten to see it at the international level just yet. And it feels like a lot of that was maybe just initial trepidation, just kind of figuring out the lobby. But I mean, at this point, you're going into the final day. Why not throw all caution to the wind? And right off the bat, they'll add to their score and pick up 4 more points. As we see Liquid, looks like they might be protecting that blue chip, or was I-26V6 able to pick it up? I'm not sure. We came in a little bit late.
Petrichor was running a bit separated there. That's how Team Liquid managed to catch him out. And I think that maybe you're right. That's what they were looking for. Geekay has gone for an emergency pickup all the way down to Ouyang. They're going to find it entirely open. Park Pro has stretched 2 compounds to the west, whereas it is going to be a good old EJ that's gone 1 compound to the west. Anyone's Legend going to be to the north of this, but that's going to be still about, 300-400 meters away, and plenty of space to work with. Anyone's Legend's got much more of a focal point on a Buksun Sa and poor old Petrichor Road that's already lost 1.
I like that from Geekay. I like how they're positioning themselves right now. It seems like they're going to keep playing the same style that they played yesterday, just hyper-aggressive splits. As this is unfortunate for Vitality that they lost 1 in rotation, and then it was just clean stuff from Sharper, as he said. Something that we haven't gotten a chance to see too much of from that squad.
The timings on those pushes, like the car rotate from Earth and the way he caught the angle through the building, through the front door to get the knock, and then waited for the shots on his opponent at range so that way he could push with the shotty. I mean, Sharper has always been like my underdog story, and I love me an underdog. But that was not an underdog play. That was I want to start trying to climb a leaderboard and make a name for myself on an international style of play.
Absolutely. Like you said, throw caution to the wind. You know, what do you got to lose? You came in today on 14 points at the bottom of the leaderboard. Might as well just send it and see where you stack up with the rest of these guys in the lobby when it comes to just straight up 4v4 fighting. You saw Falcons taking some long-range shots there at Anyone's Legend. It does look like Petrichor Road was able to get the blue chip of their fallen member, and now they are back up to full strength, and they have Buksun Sa. Although Anyone's Legend is starting to get a little bit close there. I think a few shots being traded back and forth between the two, but I think those are getting sent over at Chewy, but he'll be able to land.
A little bit of jockeying for position going on in the circle. You can see a lot of lines going through there, but notice that Twisted Minds has been a bit more aggressive into the Team Liquid positioning. Team Liquid was still just trying to see if they could fortify around what was going on with Petrichor Road, but Twisted came in with a little bit more gumption and has forced them to regroup back into the west, so they're still running their 2-2 split. Twisted's running a, 2-1-1? I guess you could still call it a 2-2 split. That's going to be very far up in the north. That's leading into a 2-2 split from VP. Falcons, though, have managed to push into the Buksun Sa hillside, at least the foothills, pretty close to that southern section of Twisted Minds.
VP, I don't know if they spotted Lou or if they were just taking shots, but they sent some over in his direction. I think they may have spotted him as they're going to retreat now back to terminal. Looks to be like this is going to be as close as they get in, and yeah, there you go. Get some gas. Yeah, get some glider action going on here. Tego, a big player for glider action because you'd love to be able to get eyes in the sky and spot out what's at the top of those hills before you have to rotate through them, as the circle will head over towards the west. And look at Full Sense right in the middle.
Yeah, also eyes, I would keep on to VP and Twisted Minds. There seems to be this, they rotate in such similar patterns. often ends up being the ruin of one of the two of them, and they are just neck and neck on the leaderboard right now. An early skirmish between them can kind of be a pace-setting match, as now we're going to be moving into the hillsides to the west of Buksansai, leaning into the more open sections. It kind of pop into Hosan. So down to the southwest, it's going to be pretty open. We got Nemesis hanging out over there. Kind of to the north and to the due east into Buksansai, you're going to have plenty of spaces for hillsides, but we're finally at that stage where you can't really get too much distance from those around you, and you're going to have to start running through the thick of it all. So Twisted holding back this line. Falcons on the other side of it. It's Myth that's trying to find a path through, but this is two squads that really want a piece. And even if you go up to the north, you still have to deal with more Twisted Minds as well as VP.
It's honestly good news for Falcons. They did a good job of holding that ridge line, but the fact that the two knocks were traded here between Twisted and Myth means those two are going to be paying attention to each other rather than crashing on top of Falcons' hillside. Looks like Twisted has the compound at least. Maybe Myth can get Kiss back on his feet. As you see Perfectix looking over in their direction from that rooftop. They're inside circle, but it's not a great position, but at least they're alive.
Yeah, I mean, these rice paddy fields areas not necessarily going to feel the best. They're going to have Scappy that's eyeing over into the north. I think that Corexy kind of bumped into 17. That's just going to be on the other side of VP, so VP playing a bit more cautious. Also looks like they're trying to defend up the res beacon just in case anybody decides to go for it. Aiden Thailand very aware of that awkward spot that they're playing from that you were talking about, but I don't really know how you fight your way out of this. You just got to get a knock on at least somebody in front of you, and now that Twisted's firmly regrouped, that's going to be a scary proposition to try to push a Twisted Minds compound.
Yeah, I think they're going to realize how dire their situation is right now as they are going to spot out Virtus Pro, who's also kind of arrived over in that situation. Falcons also have an angle in it, so we'll see what Myth decides to do as anyone's legend. They've got a creeper in their midst as Sosid will take the first spray, but he's not going to get it. Sololzi will flip on him and takes down the front man from Nemesis. The rest of the team not in a position really to where they can get him back on his feet. As, Thanadol good pit went out as he tries to come up here and provide some support.
Okay, this positioning down to the south is kind of weird. We've got Nemesis that was trying to stretch the hillsides a bit more. Anyone's Legends that fully stacked, already kind of committed into their diggy hole lifestyle. Sharper's going to be roaming just down to the south of where Nemesis is at. And then we've got Supers that are running a very wide split with Guman all the way on top of Full Sense. Well, at least half of Full Sense. The other half is trying to take pot shots to the back of Anyone's Legend. That's how they got that knock that we saw just a second ago and what we're seeing on screen right here. So we've got two essential brewing focal points as the Buksansai over the east, this hillside, kind of around where Nemesis are going to be at. And I guess we can throw in a third one that might be happening up around the res beacons to the north and the hillsides. As there you go, circle pops. And look at the migration over into the east.
Another roadside circle. I wonder if Guman has actually picked out that Full Sense is in this 2-2 split. You see Super is just sending it right onto the edge of that compound. Geek still playing around the edge as well. They're going to spot out JDG over on that western side. On the eastern side, Falcons immediately hopping back into vehicles, and I think they realized that they caught Twisted as they were trying to make their way through. The Twins get taken down low, and Tiggleton will get that knock. And it looks like Gustav will follow it up and make sure he secures that point.
Oh, problems mounting for everywhere on the map. Myth just has to send it, and they're going to be right in the mix of what's going to be going on with Team Liquid. Team Liquid is trying to hold this hillside, but up on top of it, they still have VP. Crossfires coming up from near on everywhere as Petrichor Road also trying to get a piece of this. Team Liquid in a lot of trouble as suddenly there are just too many opponents on top of them, even cars on top of them, as Kiss is just going to roll over Luke 12 and make him kiss the bumper.
Oh, that's rough for Liquid. They had a wide split, but it looked like Kiss was just able to drive right through, and immediately they opened it up by getting a run-over kill, so not exactly what they were expecting. It's Alo now, the last player left alive, but the mortars are going to start coming in, and Tiggleton, of course, hits the first one, takes down Scappy, and finishes off Baron.
I mean, who even needs to go into the circle to get kills, really? Just use some Tiggleonometry. See if he's going to follow up with this next one. I think the angle is actually pretty good because he reset off the side. Oh, the car! The car! Oh!
That is securing a point with style right there for Tiggleton.
Oh, man. All right, Myth. Welcome to the fact that you now have VP to the north of you, 17 on top of that. Time to regroup. Only benefit to you is the fact that you also kind of have Halo over here, so you're an unofficial three-man squad now.
Kiss and Jacob. Last two up, and meanwhile Twisted, they're down to 2 as well. Perfectix, you can see him right there by the hillside. Lou, okay, he's gonna get the revive beacon, so I'm not sure how many blue chips he was able to collect. We'll see if Twisted can get everybody back up in, but the problem is they still got to get their way inside the zone, and Falcons knows they're there. They're looking off in that direction. Petrichor Road also looking over in that direction, so Twisted better have a good idea of what their path, rotation path, is going to be once their players come back.
I don't know how they're going. It looks like they're going for a northern ramp. VP is already inside of vehicles, and they're going to try to be resetting a bit further into the circle, but they've got 17 that's right next to them. This is really stalling out Twisted Mind's information gathering, and this is where we often see that their kryptonite kick in, right? Like, this is why whenever we look at Twisted, they love to be making the smart calls. Whenever they get caught in these side fights, it just gets weird for them. Sharper's got goals, man. This game, they want everything around him. This is bold yet again coming up from Sharper. I love it. These guys are just playing to win this, and they keep finding more and more success.
I'm liking it, but unfortunately they don't see the flanking angle from Melman. Tanawat's going to go down. Melman not able to follow it up with another one. That's going to be a return grenade. It's going to fall just shy of that rock as Sharper still trying to reposition themselves, though. Diffix will get the side angle there. He's going to take down Ursapalui. So 2 down now for Sharper. It's down to Jedi and Thunders, but you see Jedi's in vehicle. He's trying to come up here and provide support, and now E-Arena might also be backfilling, but Stade will find Thunders, and now Sharper's aggression is coming back to bite him.
I mean, we all been there every once in a while, feeling yourself, got a couple of kills, feeling like you can take on the world, and suddenly you just roll into the wrong neighborhood. Well, this is Nemesis's neighborhood, and they're a bit pissed about everybody trying to take it from them. They still have to try to get in the circle, so they want to finish this one pretty quick. E-Arena, like you mentioned, sending a couple of them over here to see if they can get involved, but this is all going to end up predominantly, well, I was going to say 3 of them at least, going to go over onto the side of Nemesis, as it is going to be Path and Pong to get at least one, but Petrichor Road still being a problem for E-Arena on the other side, while Twisted Minds also want to approach over here as well, so E-Arena's got to regroup.
Yeah, Twisted Minds they brought back Example, and he is just floating in the skies right now, overseeing E-Arena and Nemesis. He's feeding that information over to the rest of his squad that's in Buksunsa as Nurens, just causing problems for Petrichor Road right now. One knock has come through. Looks like that res will be able to get stuck, and now Chewy will try to get out of Nuren's line of sight, get to that ridge line.
There's a big fight that's going on right now. Geeke's run right up on top of JDG. 17 and VP both have high ground positions over it in our third and fourth party game, respectively. Guys at the top of the leaderboard in some trouble right now as you can see it is mortars and everything else on top of them, and yep, good old Cold in the smokes, waiting it out, but no, EJ spots him. Mortar also has, or some type of explosion right next to him, making it even more dangerous, but I don't know, what do you do if you're Geek? You're already in so much trouble. You got Full Sense behind you and 17 as well as VP just watching this.
Yeah, everything's bad, isn't it? I mean, at least they came out ahead of this fight with JDG. JDG 3 kills, so all things considered, not completely a lost cause, but December 12th all by himself will get himself dug in by the rock, and it looks like Geek is thinking about doing the same for the time being. We'll see if Full Sense or 17 allows that to happen. As you can see, 17 kind of pushing themselves into a position where they can third party. Gustav will get him back on his feet, and Falcons will remain 4 strong over there on the eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, but they're playing the low section whenever you still have Twisted Minds up on some high ground. VP still holding just down a great high ground position. Park Pro doing enough to try to keep some distance, but the throwables just keep inching closer and closer to him. I don't think that we will see Full Sense make too concerted an effort over here, because if they do, they might find themselves kind of being hit from too many different angles. But also on the other side of that, Full Sense, with taking that knock coming out from 17, might just make them want to start going for kills no matter what, because they might feel that this next approach is going to be really bad.
Yeah, it feels like Full Sense maybe in salvage mode as you see 17 back on the mortar again. Geek will go down in the end. It's going to be JDG that gets it, so nicely done there for JDG. Salvage, but he will go down as well, it looks like, as the mortars continue to fall. Geek down to Park Pro and AJ. They see the mortars coming in the skies, but fortunately they are falling just a little wide.
Managed to dodge out away from the bazillion blue zone nades and the mortars coming down, but you can see this angle that 17 has on the Geek's position is just, it's atrocious, man. They can't even get up. The circle's still about 100 meters away. Full Sense is in no rush to try to get in the circle because they're going to be walking the more open sections of it, because, I mean, you got the high ground that's going to be to the north where we've kind of got Myth, VP, 17 all playing from, and then you got these ridges down to the south. It's going to be where E-Arena as well as kind of Nemesis and anyone's Legend are going to be at. The West just sucks, bro. This is just going to be exactly what we're looking at over here, and that's why we don't see 17 going for any plays. Super's still watching this as well. And it's everybody starting to get into nade range with each other. I mean, what do you even do? Twisted Minds do get eliminated.
Everything about this circle kind of sucks. I mean, anyone's legend about the only one that feels good about anything is they have the only compound, as Geeky will go down in the end. Now 17 were forced to make this full push over into this area because they had been sticking around so long on that northern side that Virtus Pro was able to come around and backfill them. So 17, you can see, are getting shot at in the back. Tianchan, the one member, trying to hold them at bay as 17 continues to push into Full Sense, tries to take out Flash. He's going to try to run around, get into that vehicle. The grenade so close.
I mean, 17 has just having to deal with Full Sense now that we've got VP in control over that hillside. Tiantian has stayed back behind, so it's really just 3 players for 17 trying to push more into that Full Sense positioning. They have managed to get the knock on the Flash, but the other players for Full Sense are playing in a different point. Hey, don't worry, Guman will go ahead and help you out a little bit. 17 is now it is going to be Supers trying to fight their way into the circle. We've got DK already out, Twisted already out, and Supers having to assault a pretty bad section of the circle, while VP is up on top of high ground watching it all. I don't like the way that the recipe for this is starting to work out. It feels like we might be getting a start to something for VP in a big way.
I like this for Supers too, honestly. They've got that BRDM playing from that western side, are able to force 17 back off to the north. So 17 may end up pushing right into Virtus Pro, and that looks to be exactly what's going to happen. 17 still 4 alive, but they're right up against the wall, and you can see Supers still taking shots at range at them as well. So they're not able to just freely stand over here and take this fight with VP freely.
Interestingly enough, a squad that's in a very strong, well, I would say strong, a very survivable position is going to be Falcons. New circle is popped. They're not going to be too far away from it, so that good position that they're playing for is kind of gone now. But I said that they were kind of the only team over in the east and had a ridge line that they could hide for some safety. Well, that's mostly gone now. So if they go too much further forward, they can probably be punished by anyone's legend. Oh, on top of it all, VP has to choose. Do they go Myth side? Do they go 17 side? The Myth side might be a little bit better, and there's those tasty crates over there that are kind of calling to them. Think that they might go east.
You saw Opons on that mortar. He's going to take out Mailman from Nemesis. Anyone's legend actually starting to get a little bit aggressive, but they are going to have to be forced back in their compound as Delwyn's going to get knocked by Rex. Looks like they should be able to reset, though. Team Liquid does go down in the end as Alo gets taken out by a Panzerfaust. Tiantian taking out a couple of people with that one. Not too bad there. Now we're down to 2 players from Myth, but that is dangerous, dangerous stuff. They still got plenty of utility to throw, but it's not falling where it needs to.
Oh, the third party is also starting to come up back behind Myth. So Nixie's going to go down. That might slow down the pacing on this, but Maiden Thailand's got to be careful. Jacob also spots out Corexy, so that's 2 down, 2 still up for Myth. But again, the approach from back behind them, it's going to be Falcons trying to see how fast they can get up here. And VP has the high ground and the timing to work with, so they should be able to go for these reses. But looks like Kiss realizes they want to go for the odd position out, try to deny any force off the side. Panzerfaust comes out, pops Nixie in the face right as soon as he gets his meds back up. Oh, the car also explodes. VP in a ton of trouble, and Myth getting distance away from Falcons to boot.
And this is just classic Myth, isn't it? Right when you think that they are done and dusted, down to 2, beaten and bruised, they still manage to find a way to cause problems, and they'll take out Beamy to finish it off. 6 kills now from Myth as they breeze through Virtus Pro.
That is a hard position to win from, especially as a duo. And they managed to do it, so now they end up with one of the best positions in this circle. Might not be in the next one, but for right now, they feel fine. E-Arena having to send it into the center, and oh, the no man's land problem's going to continue to mount. So it looks like they're just going to send it closer to the ridgeline in the center, a bit more leaning into the west. It'll give them some distance away from anyone's legend as well as Supers, but Falcons and Myth, when they detangle from each other, could have some decent vision on it.
I see him as being sent away across the street and scout out what's going on. E-Arena's got a BRDM, so does Supers. As Jacob's going to spot out Tiggleton. Falcon's getting a little bit closer. You can see the grenade starting to come out. Kiss, though, on the low side. Trimsy will find Jacob with that first one. That grenade's going to find Kickstart, though, as somehow Myth still has offensive utility left in the bag after dealing with Virtus Pro, and they're going to finish off both of these kills. Oh, no. Falcons, that is super unfortunate.
Can you get him? Can you get him? Can you get him?
Can't get him, no. That blue, actual blue zone's there.
Yeah.
Oh, things were looking so good for Falcons, too.
Respect to Myth, man. That is making the best of a bad situation if I've ever seen it. The circle pops away from Falcons to continue their woes. So E-Arena's more desperate sin that they made a second ago going to be feeling pretty good. And Anyone's Legend still has a compound inside the circle. So Supers, 17, and Falcons. Time to make a push into the circle and good luck. Figure out figure out somewhere that you think could be good in a very, I guess, flattish circle. There's a couple of little ridges that are going to go out there, but nothing that feels good.
Yeah, it looks like Supers lost their BRDM as well. So they have just nothing but a burnt-out husk to hide behind. Doritos everywhere. Mortars, shells everywhere. So Supers has to make their way across, but they know that 17 has that hard cover. They also, you wonder how much smoke they have left. You got 2 there for Deal.
Why is he still digging?
I don't know.
It's not even in the circle anymore.
He's taking his time. I think it may be just playing a game of chicken with 17 here. To see who goes first, but I feel like Supers is going to have to be that one. Meanwhile, Gustav and Shrimsy, they've down to just 2, but they've got a pretty decent spot to play here, although it is just outside the zone. They would love to be able to get to that rock, I would think.
Here you go. We finally got a decent look at the circle. So Falcons moving into the circle into E-Arena is kind of the positioning, and you can look off into the distance. Anyone's Legend, that building is going to be the other side of the circle, and it's just pretty open over here. Yeah, there's this little ridge that's kind of workable, but I mean, it just doesn't feel too good, especially with everybody that's going to be coming up from these higher hills, being Falcons and 17. Supers are starting to stretch more into the 17 position. Looks like they're going to see if they can make some magic happen of their own, and instantly punishment happens. Whoa! Rex, Deal, what did you just do to those poor 17 boys?
Wow, just beautiful use of concealment on top of cover. And Supers is able to just get themselves into throwable range, and they hit a nasty grenade. Very well played by them, as they looked like they were going to be in a lot of trouble. Falcons just have to hop in the vehicle and try to send it to a rock. They'll get there. Gustav's going to go down as Shrimsy will turn back around. He's just expecting the inevitable utility barrage to come in his direction. Has to dance around it with the blue zone tickling his heels.
Yeah, I don't know how much closer they can get. I mean, he's got to wait for the molly. I was going to say this is going to be right on the zone wall, and it does not feel too good. So at least going to be inside position for now, but Good Neurons is going to be sitting there awaiting. Supers, though, still on their rampage. They got more goals in front of them. Anyone's Legend taking pot shots at range to try to stop him. He has to spot out Deal, get the knock. Dylan spots out Rex. And so E-Arena holding down what little bit of the circle that they've got is enough as the Supers do go down. Anyone's Legend finishes them off, and it's time for Anyone's Legend to move, and a weakened E-Arena looms in the distance ahead of them.
That's a good grenade. Oh, it just bounces wide. You can see how hard this is to hit. Like, Neurons is just dug in, and now Shrimsy, he's managed to get himself another placement points here for Falcons. Oh, is it the C4 car? We're doing the C4 car? Let's do it. I love to see it. Let's go, Shrimsy. Let's see if he can time it correctly. I mean, you feel like Anyone's Legend's got this one in the bag, right? Oh, Himas will take him out, but that's a second place for Shrimsy, so he's not going to be too terribly beat up about that one.
You see just the nades rolling down onto the C4 car. Guys, don't worry, it'll be fine. It'll take care of itself. Zide Shrimsy has got himself some goals here, trying to see what he can make out of here. Himsy starting to come into effect, but I'm a bit nervous. This is going to be a really hard push for him, is at least getting down Himas and Delwyn opens up more. Destroy and Sololzi are playing more over into the southwest of the circle, so this actually does give Shrimsy a couple of movement options. Destructible environments in front of him, but it's just the smoke is all he's got to work with until he gets there. And I don't know. I mean, we saw the fact that Falcons have just been having to fight their way in. I don't know what his med situation is like.
I don't know, man. Anyone's Legend being a little cavalier about the late game here. We'll see if Shrimsy can do something. Spots him out, but Destroy, nice shots. There you go. Anyone's Legend. Get the compound, get the win to start off the day here on day number 2 of the final stage.
Ooh, okay, momentum for Anyone's Legend early. It didn't have to be the most technical victory coming up from them, but they played it well and they used their opportunities as they were presented to themselves. So Toffees, Gibson. All right, we got game number 1 in the books and a lot of different moving factors on that leading board.
Hey, I just like the hustle from Shrimsy at the end. There's no blue death for me. It's going to get a knock, try to make 2 points out of it, dig a hole, throw a C4, have some smokes. You know, that's the hustle you like to see, Gibson.
It really is. Look, he tried to make the play, tried to win. That was the main thing. Like, Falcons are not a team that deny all that often. He pulled off a great double spray, but the circle just worked against them. So Falcons couldn't get the win. But Toffees, the law of liquid continues once more. If you're going to get a circle shift, you're going to get it when there's about 32 other players who want to play that same spot you have.
Yeah. Now, I was at a concert last week and they sold me Liquid Death, and then I came here and I see even more of it. It
You got it
seems
for
like
free.
even when you get the circle shift, it still seems to be brutal for them. I just don't know what changes from group stages to finals where everything just seems to go so badly.
I mean, it's every day of PUBG is a little bit different. Finding
That's a true
consistency
point.
in this game is one of the hardest things in the world. We did see Supers actually kind of making late game once again. They were running through a bunch of people. I'm not sure if they were able to catch up to Geek just yet, but I imagine that they were able to at least reduce the size of Geek's lead.
You guys are talking about Liquid, so I'll throw this in here. I'm not going to say the player, but I was talking about the players, and I was just like, I just made a joking comment. I was like, what's going on with all these, Team Liquid getting run over by all these cars so much? And they were like, it's BRDM karma that they use for the group stage. And so I guess maybe a little bit of retaliation from the way that Liquid just loves to use those BRDMs to kind of bully people around.
So as we watch this mortar go up in the air, let's talk about this, what ends up being this end game of absolute nothing sauce, right? Like, it's just, this was so wide open, Gibson. There's just no options for almost anybody to play as we get into the sort of final 6 or 7 teams here. It just felt like the only option you had was to dig holes, use utility, and just hope that everybody was looking somewhere else.
Yeah, just trying to turn the circle into the surface of the moon with all the creators we saw. We even saw Shrimsy. I think we spoke about a 2-for-1 C4 attempt where he tried to get a kill and create cover for himself. But it's just nothing. Like, the reason why anyone's Legend got away with that win is because they stayed clean on the one bit of cover in the whole zone, and then they pushed out with a 4 when it was a 4v1v1. So it was massive credit to them. They get the win. It's a story of anyone's Legends event, though. Throw a coin in the air every day. They're either going to be the final boss anyone's Legend or the anyone's Legend who don't turn up at all.
Yep. So they do pull the win, and they're actually the first team that's not in the top 3 to pull down a chicken dinner, which I think is pretty good news for them. But it is a very tall climb if they want to try to make that move. Now, another team that you were hoping would climb today, Poro, when we talked at the start of the show, was Myth. Now, Kiss, 4 kills, decent damage, but that's just, I mean, this climb at 24 after that game seems insane.
It's crazy, but it's also crazy the fact that, like, I feel like we've seen this Myth now so many times where it's like they wait until the very end to really kind of look good and look like normal Myth. Like the first few games. Now, honestly, the fact that they actually come in here in game number 1 and are starting to play like that or show out like that, that's actually pretty good news if you're a Myth fan for the rest of the day. But it's been really, really tough for them, it seems, as you see it. Anyone's Legend with that 18 points.
I was going to make a joke. Remember back in the day when everybody used to talk about the Twisted Minds would sandbag so that way they could play through the losers bracket to get in more reps? Does Made in Thailand just always feel like they want to play as an underdog from those forest days into now, so they always just kind of sacrifice the first 2 days so that way on the 3rd day they can really pop off?
Maybe, but there's no third. Sadly for them, I'll say there's no 3rd day. It's 24 points. Maybe on a 3rd day they could make that run, but with only 4 games left to play in the final, I do worry that having even like that 6, 7, 8 points they just got is not going to be nearly enough. Geek at 66. Supers did close that gap. Gentlemen down to 2. Twisted Minds and E-Arena still trying to put that chase together, but the rich did seem to get richer as once again the games marched forward. Falcons had some hope, some breath of fresh air, but I don't know, man. I'm starting to think that matchup 9 below might just be out of this race.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, whenever we look at it, it's pretty much doable if you have everybody else in front of you do absolutely nothing for the next several games. So, you never know. Sure, we just saw like Myth absolutely come on a tear and anyone's Legend take a game. So if we just get a lot more of that, maybe there's a chance. There's a small chance.
So if you're playing below that 9th rate cutoff, okay, you're looking at 14 points for 9th in terms of PGS, and the cash values fall pretty significantly, or PGS points. And now, so I do think there are some teams that can push their way up to 4th or 5th, which jumps up to 30 PGS points, which definitely could be the difference in qualification. But those top teams are starting to feel pretty strong and pretty comfortable. Por, do you think that has an impact on the way that those 4 or 5 teams who are actually in the race approach the next 4 games?
Hopefully not. Hopefully they just play it game by game and don't get too in their heads about overarching things, right? Like worry about that stuff later. But I mean, I think if you're a team that's in a Falcons-like situation where you had such a bad day one, I think you look at it saying like, all right, now we're not playing for the win, we're playing for PGC points. So let's try to get as many as we can, get up in placement, and so far, good game one puts them right back up there.
All right, it's time for game number 2. I thought game number 1 was in the grassy pastures. That was not the case. It is now that we head to Erangel, the old map, the classic place to play, the map that every player knows inside and out, and what a good time to do it. With only 4 games left to play, this is your last chance to get away from being a salvage team and become a competitor. Let's check out the prison, let's check out the weight room, and let's check out some heavy lifting, Gibson, as the plane is in the air, and it's time for a tear, and yet again, the Erangel flight path is brutal.
Yeah, who wants to go up to George anyway with a flight path like that? Millie Island could be encompassed by the circle, but here's the thing, Toffees, we're getting it. You're speaking about PGC points, and you mentioned Falcons. I want to talk about them a bit longer. They said yesterday their goal is to get so many points that Americas get that extra spot at PGC. They got to do a favor for their region right now because it's not looking good in 9th place, and that gap to 8th, it's a big one.
I mean, after watching Godlike, who theoretically is our runner-up, I'm not as stressed as I was about them earning us a spot. So we're going to wait and see how that goes. Because that happened, I'm not going to lie, it's happened in past years where we send more than one team and then they just get absolutely trounced because they weren't prepared for that PGC level of play. So it would be a cool goal, and their friends would love them. But right now, I just need the Falcons to focus on living or maybe just keeping Gustav alive for the end game, because I feel like that's been our issue, is we're losing some Gustav, and sure, he's a shot caller, so it's nice to have him with the eyes in the skies, but still, we need his boots on the ground.
Yeah, it would definitely help, and I'm looking at that circle shift now, and some of the teams that really can make a move are in it already, like E-Arena. We made a joke yesterday, they had a really good map 4, and the way the trend was going, we thought they'd have a good map 5. They waited to 6, but with a circle they have now, they've got a chance to really start closing the gap on those teams at the top. Twisted Minds, though, as we watch them inside of Novo, another team with a chance of making a run today. I always worry about teams in Millie Island when you get that circle shift over to this Iberian Peninsula. I like to call it that because it does look like Spain and Portugal ever so little, but it's tough to get there without any pickup because teams love a good bridge camp.
They do love a good bridge camp. The upside of this is there is botation options coming off the south side. E-pickups at Novo are not too uncommon, and if you do get an e-pickup on this circle, you can generally go to the northwest side without too much contest. So if they can find either of those two avenues, I agree. That said, that will be a potential bridge camp. VP should be keeping an eye on it for a little while, then he'll probably backfill it out to GK. But we'll see as Lyrics actually finds himself some full sense and gets our first kill of the game with the good old-fashioned M16A4.
Yeah, 50 points on the board for them. The rest of Full Sense a little bit further away, and I can't give Full Sense enough credit. They're playing with a sub. Like, you're missing one of the best PUBG players in the world, and you're playing with a coach in Rushy. And Rushy by no means has let this team down at all, right? Toffee's he's actually stood out quite a bit for a coach playing.
Yeah, honestly, if there was a fun little sub storyline of the year in PUBG so far, it's how the coaches have really stepped up when needed multiple times and helped carry their teams into competitive positions. I mean, EWC, the tab, was shocking how good he was doing during group stages, to the point where they considered not putting Lou in when he arrived. So I've been really impressed, and we're seeing it here as well with Rushy. The caliber of the coaches just has absolutely skyrocketed, right? If VP had a problem, Ibiza would take the field. We have incredibly strong coaches in terms of mechanical skill these days.
Yeah, we do, and I guess it's when it's your day job and you're so focused in, it's worth keeping an eye on. As we get the highlights up, though, I heard that the absolute monster that is Nixie spent some time with the Yinxie, so let's hear what he had to say.
Nice.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview with Nixie here from Versus Pro. Can you say hi to the audience? Right?
Hello.
Okay. That's a kind of a pity, because you're kind of get a fat in the right side circle. But what happened when you fight against Beta in Thailand?
So basically we knew there were 2 men, and we kind of had general idea where they were. But approaching the ridge they were on was kind of hard because there's a lot of ridges that were created by mortars, and with the previous fight they had against Liquid. So, I mean, I feel like we approached it good. We did everything correct, but we just got out-utiled. I feel like I saw Kiss had like 7 nades when he was throwing, and they have a really good TPP ridge where to throw the nades. So I would say they just really played it good. And I don't know what, I need to see it in detail what really happened, because I could just see that, in my POV, that we did everything correct.
Yeah.
But of course, maybe in-game someone did some mistake that I cannot know of, because we don't have the ability to review yet, so.
But in our opinion, because Made in Thailand, tier of Made in Thailand player, that's really good. They done really good, actually.
Yeah.
So do you, like, how will you evaluate your points right now? Is still have capability to win a championship?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I don't think, I think the lead to first place is not that high. I don't think GK got any points. I'm not sure. I didn't really check the leaderboard, but it doesn't matter. We'll fight till the end, and even if it's gonna be 40 points the last game, we'll still play for the first place.
Good to hear that. See you in the games. Bye.
See you. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Sounds like we're back. Replay is over. The game is on, and the rotations have been crazy. GK is now just arriving in the field south. They're going to be surrounded on all 3 sides, so you should see some fire coming out towards them. Tracers in just a second. There it is. Beanie, VP, the team we just talked to, has eyes on GK in a good spot in the middle, but behind them also, anyone's legend is backfilling. So whatever GK ends up revealing here, anyone's legend is going to be following right behind it.
Yeah, I got to give credit as well. That interview Nixie spoke about, he was pretty much bang on with his assessment, right? He said, yeah, they felt they did everything right. It's just there was way more util on the other side, and the ridge didn't suit them. And that's the thing, I always back on it. Never give out about a player trying to make a play, because they're working with the information they have at the time. So it was nice to get kind of their insight on that fight, Toffees.
I'm glad you could understand him. All I heard was snap, crackle, and pop. I thought I was having Rice Krispies for breakfast. Greek up on the top of the hill feeling good. JDG has actually crossed the South Bridge, and I will point this out, uncamped, Gibson. No one even trying to hold that bridge.
Yeah, right enough. You've got JDG already pushed the ferry pier. Anyone's legends are gone, so this is the thing. Twisted Minds will get a free rotate into the circle now, and in 3rd place, they don't really need things to get easier for them than it could potentially be. Vitality will pick up their way into the circle, might get into a compound before the likes of Liquid or Supers are able to do it as they push down by McDonald's on that eastern coast, but
2.
I still think, right, launch.
Right, missed it by 1 second. Anyway, continue.
You threw, but Vitality, 15th place, they're pick up again. What do you see as success for them? Because you kind of look at this table as being literally split in 2. The top 8 and the bottom 8, there's a big gap between the 2. You feel like anyone in the bottom 8 can climb up to like 9th or higher, and then anybody in the top 8 are kind of seem to be locked in there. So if you are Vitality, there is a chance you could still get up there.
Yeah, you gotta get up there, and moving up there gets you PGS points, it gets you a little bit of cash. There is some value to it, but it's also not like so desperate that I think it's gonna affect the way people play. At the end of the day, like it's not $100,000 on the line for you. Meanwhile, him asking to go ahead and take Baron down. Myth came to this spot, got turned around, tried to run away, and that about sums up Myth's week so far.
It's up and down. It's kind of been that way all the way around. I do have good news if you're a Vitality fan and you do end up last place. That gets you 2 extra PGC points. You know, that increases the gap over Nemesis ever so slightly. But Circle Shift is about to occur. Liquid making it in. As is tradition, they will not get the shift, but they can play on that edge.
This is way better.
Yeah, on the bright side, when your back is to the ocean, it means that you're not going to get backfilled.
I mean, anytime that they get an edge of the circle where no one's crashing in on them, they're generally pretty happy. But here's the turnaround. It looks like Made in Thailand got chased by anyone's legend, and they managed to stop down the cars, turn back around, and get both Delwyn and Destroy flushed out. Himas does take a few more shots of the Falcons, who are now inside the circle, making the same sort of drive around, trying to find something to call home. They got separated and do have to head up past Vitality in 17 in a few seconds, so wait for them to possibly spot each other. Sharper Esports is where Vitality just dropped in off of that E-pickup. So that, I think, will actually help out, because now Falcons can crash 17 while Sharper is distracted by Vitality appearing in the area.
Yeah, Thanawat just scouting. We've seen a better game 1 from Sharper today than what we saw over the map, the whole of the maps yesterday. So maybe Thanawat and co can do some real damage onto the guys from Vitality. Twisted Minds sending it inside a quarry. They're going to rock themselves up inside this warehouse. That'll keep the vehicles safe, and they can play that ridge line a little bit later on as well. But they got to be careful, because the Full Sense guys are here, but it doesn't look like they managed to get that blue chip earlier on.
No, I don't think so. So they're going to be stuck up there and just kind of hanging out. Also, the quarry, while a decent spot to hold, is not a great way to push down to this warehouse, especially once you guys are locked in here. Red zone going to be coming as well. So Twisted Minds in a good spot, having all of their cars safely protected and themselves unexposed. They can do a little more scouting because they know it's going to be hard to peek them at this particular moment in time. Moving closer. Like,
Lou
just
wasn't
in
happy.
case.
He
Just
wasn't
in
happy.
case.
He was like, "That's not how you park." Anybody could come in and see that. You as park here. A learning opportunity as Lou teaches the team.
He is ready to become a dad, right? He's going to be fixing the thermostat, resetting the cars in the garage, taking care of the important stuff. Don't touch my toolbox. Meanwhile, Kickstart in the air doing the Super Scout with the glider. He's out on the outside edge, so not a lot of risk here. I think I like the way that they've used this. Kickstart especially seems to pop up here pretty regularly, and when you're backfilling from a long way outside the circle and you can get this in the sky, it sure does help. You can see the rest of the Falcons just there ahead of him, and he's letting him know exactly where 17's positions are before his team makes a difficult push.
Yeah, Myth will get their teammates back over here at the Dirty Dozen. I also like how he said fixing the thermostat, because if it's at any temperature other than the data-approved amount, it's obviously broken, right? Nobody would dare change it from the dad temp. Anyways, back into the fray. It will be Myth as they get their fourth player, Baron, rejoining the crew.
I was laying in bed last night and I sat up and went, "Who did it?" And my son goes, "I just changed it a little bit," and I went downstairs and fixed that problem. You can't hide it. You cannot hide that from us. It's a sixth sense you get the day that the first one comes out. All right, let's talk about this circle shift. It goes pop right to the middle. It's been donuts on donuts, and that is good news for a lot of our teams who like to see things standardized. It was so ping-pongy the last couple of days that I think a nice, good old-fashioned works towards the middle circle is going to be appealing to a lot of these players.
Yeah, Kurt seems to have realized that Susie from JDG is not too far away as Liquid start rotating their way around that side. Or maybe they're just padding their way in through quarry on the edge. VP up on top of the hill, center of the circle, creating themselves some cover. They'll use the coops, they'll use their nades, they'll dig themselves a hole. And it ain't a bad place to be in because there's no real rush for anyone else to push them right now.
Well, also the fact that you can do destructible terrain has made these sort of like, I don't want to call them peninsula mountains, but mountains with good thrusts coming out incredibly strong, because you go ahead and you pickaxe the front end of that. It gives you scouting with third-person perspective and shoot down potential on just about anybody who's trying to crash you. More importantly, if someone does drive up, they land in those, they hit those little craters you've built, and it stops their push, or at least throws them off their game. So I think it's a really cool new way to sort of play defensible spots very aggressively. Now let's take a look at Nemesis as they peek over towards their opponents. Stade going to be on patrol. He's got Myth just north of him. They brought their teammates back, so he's keeping an eye on both sides.
Yeah, that fight between Vitality and Sharper seems to have fully kicked off. Hello, my bad. Uses the Son-Off, manages to find one onto Thanawat, giving them the advantage now in this fight. They've got the building, but with one player down inside, you still have to hold back Thunders and Earth. So Thunder, he'll push his way inside. Look, if you know there's only one player in the building, close the gap and make it so that it's an even fight.
Yep. So he gets in there.
And 17.
VP and 17. Everybody's showing up for the third party. You got to get inside and make it happen. Here comes Gedrox. He's going to enter as well. Falcon's been waiting for a spot to go in. Remember, Kickstart was scouting it, so we watch Gedrox, but the war is on. Everyone is here. Gedrox trying to clear the house, checks the bathroom, pre-fires it. He knows he's at the door. The door opens. Down goes Thunders. Gedrox goes for the flush, jump backs into the bathroom, and has to try to hold some space. Him and Hello My Bad now can actually try to set up an ambush, but here comes VP.
Yeah, Blue Zone is being tossed in. If any VB players fall, Falcons will push Shrimsy, finds that knock with the MK, and all of a sudden, Falcons might think about leaving their nest as well to try have an impact on the numbers. Good Molly tossed in, the Blue Zone doing even more damage, but I just think that Falcons want a little more damage done onto all three of these teams before they make their push, because they don't want to play with house money.
I know it's a good fight, but I want to hear it from the VP perspective. I want to see how they call this fight. EWC champions, let's check in.
I don't know, let's get 2-1. 2 and 1. They're nading us next.
We might get refreshed. I cannot run back.
Yeah, we got refreshed.
I cannot run too.
Knock one bar. We need to fight bar,
I'm trying to come.
I'm with you, Unix. I need to heal, We're inside, we have bottom. I knocked one outside.
One outside. Ball it in on you, Full side.
One empty, full play.
Nice.
Comes. Car's not made hit.
Wiped out Geeke. That was actually awesome. I love hearing the way they calmed, the way they stayed tight. And even when they were yelling and frantic, you still knew exactly what was going on. That was a really, really smart, fast communication. That was EWC champions right there, brother.
Yeah, Falcons used that fight as well to actually get ahead of all these teams rotating into the circle. They'll make their way up to 17 Hill because 17 and Falcons fighting just feels right. Panzer not going to do any damage at all, but Lil Ghost and Xiaowu will, as they're going to do a ton of damage. It's just Gustav left alive. He'll try get something done, manage to find that knock onto Tian Tian, but Falcons fall.
17 and Falcons, even more iconic hilltop fighting duo, as 17 comes away with a wicked win and going to be able to get Tian back up. So almost no cost whatsoever to them as you see teams dying all over the map.
That's just unfortunate. Sharper's Earth is still alive alongside VP. Remember, I picked them to make a run today. Well, in game 2, they've got 5 kills already, and they're looking to find one more. Beamy with the MG3, looking to hose down anybody nearby. Of course, the MG not going to be the only 7.62 LMG in play, is because I think next week we're getting the RPD.
Fair. Let's focus on right now, though, as DiffX goes ahead and gets that knock on Petrichor. The last man standing for Sharper. It feels like he's been hunted forever as he holds down the kitchen and just says, I think I can defend. I've got 5 rounds in this shotgun. But VP is hungry, and there are 4 of them. I hope your shotgun is very, very good.
Yeah, and that S12K, though, we've seen even yet, like in PAS Cups last night, how effective that can be when you're defending a building like this. 2 shots should get a knock, and, well, the question then lies on, do you flush that instantly, or do you try to defend yourself? Correxy's going to pick up a shotgun of his own. The smokes will continue to get thrown in, but I think VP want to clear them now so they can focus on the circle.
They got to, and I don't think they didn't know exactly where he was. They should be able to have the audio signals now as he moves to a different doorway. A lot of smoke, trying to move up the stairs. He heard him go up. He's trying to get the backstab. They don't hear him. Surprise! It came from in the house. He's going for the flush. Get in the door. They're coming for you, buddy. He goes in 5. He switches to the spray. He gets the 1 point. Now he goes back around. He's got to surprise him. It's a trench gun. Can you beat it? He's close. He's low. He wants to reload out the window and on to the lobby. It's not often you can jump out a window and land in the lobby, but it was a excellent fight from Sharper, and they managed to get 1 flush.
It's the ground. How did I get here? What happened? Anyways, Halo, Liquid. What's happened, Liquid? You've got 1 player. It's always Halo alive trying to survive for this team in the circle. Tian, he's got JDG pushing him from one side. Let's see if they can get a bit more of success than what we saw from Falcons when they pushed this hill.
I just can't get over the positive mental attitude of Earth that Zeppalui there. Like, that was good for you, Sharper. All right, back to Tian. Up over the top of the hill. He sees a Groza. He sprays it down. But the rest of the team is coming in as well. Make that a triple as Tian and Little Ghost are putting in work. They wiped out the Falcons up here, and now they're doing it to JDG.
Yeah, why not? The 17 Hills become a very difficult place to push completely. Little Ghost, he's going to confirm out his one. Tian, the same Baron with 16 rounds of 5.56 to work with. Here comes Twisted Minds, because why the hell not get another team on the hill? And they're suffering the same fate as well. Just everybody's pushing 17 and everybody's falling.
I understand the stutter because everyone's here and everyone's dying. As JDG turns back around, eliminates Twisted Minds and goes, well, I guess it's time to go back to dealing with 17. But VP off in the distance. Look who's here. Surprise, boys. We've arrived. Nixie opens fire, drops him, and locks him. As Little Ghost goes down, it's just up to Tian to try to finish this out.
Yeah, Tian's going to use the smoke for cover while he first aids. Little Ghost can maybe feed information over. He steps on up. Yeah, it could be great. He tosses it into the ridge line, but there's nobody there to catch it. And can he get the next one, though? MG3 in the hands of some players. Tian peeks out from one side of the tree trunk. Baron's doing him a favor. Beamy's trying to clear this position. You know what? Even if 17 fall here, what a hold this has been on the hill.
Dude, it's been a battle. 17 has been in the mix. Here we go. Petrichor is going to get Scappy, but Jacob ultimately wipes them out elsewhere. Tianchan's got a little bit of time to heal, but that smoke is going to dissipate soon, and VP is like a pack of wolves running in circles around this rock. They finally fought him, and that'll be the end of 17, but an epic run for those guys. 7 kills and a well-held hold.
Yeah, they've moved up into 6th place, and can Myth now do something? They have 3 players alive, 1 down. The problem they have right now is it's a 3 versus 3 fight against Nemesis over on the hill line by the Harry Potter Tower. Kiss just stunning to hold back Nemesis's push, but you know, can Myth give Nemesis the kiss of death from this position? They know Nemesis are the ones that need to move towards them.
Go ahead and throw that up and over. They got some Doritos on sort of on top of the hill, bit of a roll back there, but that lets Kiss at least get up for a little more perspective, get a view up over the top of that hill as they try to figure it out. They did. The good news for them is that a lot of teams went ahead and died on 17's hill. That's actually opened up a good portion of this map. If whoever wins this fight is going to have a much easier execution towards the end of this game.
Yeah, Cowboy, we saw Alo fall a little while ago, so the other Liquid member. Oh, no! No! He dodged it. Did that just break? No, he's got the shield in his... Yeah, it did break the shield.
I think he was putting it away. All right, dig a hole, Cowboy. Dig a hole while the smoke is still there. This is... I mean, he's recovering. He's picked up 2 kills, I think, since his teammates all died. So good luck, Cowboy. Continue your grind. We got Nurins off here in the distance. They're trying to use some cars for cover as VP is just up above everyone.
Looking at E-Arena, they're trying to get some more points as well. They're in 3rd place at the minute. VP, 3 of our top 4 teams are still alive as the Supers will reclaim top spot away from GK. 2 players up, 2 players down, trying to get a res behind the tree as Opons looks to just land 1 round. That's all he needs to confirm a point. Correxy. Yep. With that K9's doing some real damage as well. And well, Kiss has decided it's C4 time. Come on. Foot down. Foot...
No, that's not far enough, Kiss. Run away.
These are the
worst. Run away. That was a peck, not a kiss. Oh. That's explosive. You know, that was DNS too. The whole lobby would have cheered if he wiped him out. Honestly, though, I love that it's EA and VP right now that are grinding their way back up to the top of this leaderboard and making it a 4-horse race. Made in Thailand is going to get eliminated by E-Arena as they need to put points on the board. They know exactly where Cowboy is, so they'll take care of him when the time is right. And VP is going to use those soup knocks to get themselves down across the road.
Yeah, 1 player up now for the Supers. They're trying to regroup and get as many bodies back and alive and in the fight as they possibly can. Corexy realized that while all that's going on, Cowboy is... Come on. Is he going to give E-Arena the point? No, he's not. He's not going to do that. E-Arena, they'll move up to 58 points, though, as they keep closing up. But DNS, 71. And they managed to get at least 1 player back up on their feet.
They drove over for that kill. E-Arena did. Those guys are lusting for some points, and now they've got Soup back up on their feet. They're fighting on the Doritos. That'll buy some space for VP to come around and get involved, though. And Diffx from Team Nemesis still trying to say, like, I know we got to fight this, but guys, those dudes on the hills, they're really going to cause problems if we don't finish this soon.
Yeah, Scappy confirming his kill out. Corexy will knock Humans, so DNS down to 1 player once more. Diffx spots out the Datsy on the move. It's a headshot, but can't confirm out that 2-point kill. Corexy closing the gap on the other side. He'll see the Dorito. There's a pan there. Maybe you could throw it. That could be useful in a little bit. You never know. But I think the problem's Diffx, right?
Yeah, well, that's why he came down here, is because he's tired of Diffx trying to steal their kills. So he pushed himself forward because he wants the Nemesis blood, not Diffx. And that's a good part of how you get that catch-up mentality. 11 kills for VP. We talked about at the start of the day, that's the team that could make a comeback, and this is why. Put a nade right past his pocket. It's going to do half the damage. Diffx is going to heal, but that means VP can now come straight up aggressive and try to get Diffx out of here to give them a good 3v4 against E-Arena. I also love the VP spread right now. They know Diffx is an inevitability. He will go down, but they left the trailer. Beamy is on the other side of the circle for them to make sure that if E-Arena tries a flank, they're going to get caught by that landmine.
Whoever wins this game between these 2 teams is going to be right on the heels of DNS as the Supers. They should still finish this game at top spot, but it's going to be close. VP, 3 players up, digging their holes, toffees, and looking at the circle, VP have the advantage, but EA have the numbers.
They do have the numbers. They've also got the aggression. They've been playing pretty hard right now. They only have half the kills of VP, but not for lack of trying. E-Arena has been diving at kills, trying to make it happen, and we've seen a couple of denies, a couple of steals. These guys have also been putting in a ton of work. So it tickles me that all of our top teams in that Big Four going for the championship came out here on this game in the grassy pastures and said, this is where we get back in it, and have done so. That gap up to DNS is so much smaller than it was. Both these teams going to be really close based on whoever wins.
You know what the craziest thing about this is
what
VP,
is the craziest?
If VP win this, they've doubled their placement points from yesterday, and they'd still be in second place. Like 9 points they got yesterday in placement, and they're on potentially the verge of getting 10. The Panzer misses, and that, oh well, never mind. You lose your Panzer and you get a Groza. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Right? Well, if you got to replace it, you may as well. So the Groza goes in, stock his bomb, and he picked up some emergency cover as well, which they've already pulled down to be able to push forward here. That's going to be actually pretty clutch potentially if they can last long enough to get it down, because they didn't have a lot of options in middle. So that does give them a tiny bit of cover here. They're going to, EA's also going to throw out a little bit more in terms of utility to try to bring in some cover, a little bit of hole in the ground. The problem is you got that MG off to the right side, and if it opens up, if he lays down and just blazes, that thing's a laser.
It looks like E-Arena are kind of util weak at the minute. They don't have a lot of nades they can toss up. They use that Panzer. VP kind of in a similar situation. They've got a couple more nades. They got one player in the open. Nexi gets his one, but Nurens does what he has to and instantly trades it back. Second nade's going to try get that flush, but if you're E-Arena, you get on the move, and that's what they're doing. 2 players wrapping up to consolidate as a 4, so Nurens can focus on the res. Never mind that, they're actually going on that wild wrap to really capture these VP players.
I'm surprised they didn't go to the second smoke down. It looks like they're going to put 2 more down, so they try to make the wall. They know the res is coming. This is going to immediately have to fall backwards. That gives Pathompong and the boys a chance to go out to the flank. Good pre-nades to try to stop them and flashes to slow them down. And it sounds like VP is also starting to run a little bit low on utility. Good nade up over the top, but E-Arena's getting aggressive, Gibson.
MG3 in the hands of Beamy, 175 rounds. 3 players from E-Arena pushing on one side. Opon's holding the flank on the others. Pathompong is just trying to jump scout through the smoke, but Beamy is prone. None of these VP players willing to reveal their positions onto EA.
Literally, Kirexi has been tunneling a flank play. It's like he's like a sapper in medieval times, going under the wall, going to come up from behind, hopefully get a stab. Beamy with that MG crawling forward. If he gets eyeballs, he's going to lay down some serious fire. And then you got Nixie on the back of that hill. This little hill has been so clutch for VP. It has been their saving grace.
Don't know what the biggest danger here for VP. Flash flooding inside that tunnel or a nade from Opons. Either way, the water is starting to push up over this ridgeline. E-Arena making their move. Beamy gets flattened by Pathompong as another vehicle runs it over, and there's one player left alive. Corexi in his little shook, in his little dip. He's going to get caught out, and E-Arena take the win.
Pathong, pong, pong, pong. He runs them over and wrecks them. E-Arena played it slow, but they made it right. They got VP, they caught him out, and a team that was on the chase, the White Rabbits, are even closer. Let's get Porosaurus and Matrim back in here. It was a crazy endgame, then a chess match, then a pure attack mode, Poro.
It's wild, man. I guess FaZe Sundays we can now christen APAC Sundays. Is that what we're gonna do? Like, it feels like in the later stages of these tournaments, these guys have just a second level that they're able to flip over to, and hopefully they're not too far behind going into that final day, because man, they don't feel fear. It feels like you saw what Myth was doing, you saw what E-Arena was doing there at the end, you saw Anyone's Legend in game number 1. Like, they're doing the same stuff here. It's wild to watch.
VP closed the gap very, very well, though. What was that, 12 kills at the end of the day or something like that? Match them. These guys, from start to finish, were playing so aggressive.
You nailed it on the head. 12 kills. There were still 3 left on the table, but couldn't pick those up, I believe. VP started the day at 45 points, so been a little bit more quiet by comparison, even with the 12 kills, because E-Arena started the day at 36 points. These first 2 games have been absolutely massive for them, and they've really just kind of had their own come up. But is it just because the way the circles have set? Is it because the way that they're reading the circles? Is it aggression? I haven't quite figured it out, and I'm hoping the fact that they may be able to mimic it, if they figured out the recipe for success to find this and kind of keep popping it over, we could see a big day coming up for E-Arena. But I always just get nervous whenever you got VP finding 12 kills in second place, because I was watching the last game and there was a part of me that was like, it's VP though. They're not going to get the chicken dinner. They've already got their 12 kills.
I mean, VP, for being outnumbered, I feel like that end game they did everything they possibly could have, Gibson, to stay alive there.
They did, and you looked at when that fight kicked off, they got the opening knock, but the fact that Nurens dropped the nade right back on top of them and put the numbers down, it really wrestled away any advantage VP could have possibly gotten themselves. And you got to give credit to E-Arena, right? They regrouped, they positioned, they didn't rush into that final fight. They knew they had the numbers, and what little utility they had left, they used. And I suppose nobody's going to argue with the fact as well that when you get a gift from the gods, it's a Groza plus the level 3 gear right at the very end as well, it kind of helps.
It was like the lords of PUBG were like, guys, Supers is too far ahead. We're going to help all of you catch a little extra points. Man of the match goes to Nixie. And Paul, I'm going to be honest, I felt it was a little risky, but I felt like it was pretty cool that we stopped down a fight and got to listen to the comms of Nixie and the EWC champion and how they took that sort of three-way battle there in the middle of the match. I really enjoyed listening to their comms and how they handled that.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun, especially in the wild situation where they were pretty much sure that they were pushing into one team, and as we were listening to the comms, they got backfilled by another, and you saw how quickly they were able to turn around on it. Just really, really well played by them. You can hear Nixie's influence and the way he kind of steers everybody around in those micro battles. Like, it was very, very well done, and only taking one knock that whole time. So impressive stuff from Virtus Pro, and giving them 18 points, putting them right back in the mix is scary news for everybody else in the lobby.
It really is. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard right now. Supers, who started the day in first place with a decent jump. I'm sorry, Geeke was in front. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Wow, so Supers jumps up to 71. Geeke falls to 66. E-Arena takes second place, and then Virtus Pro manages to climb as well. That puts us in a very comfortable 4-horse race with 3 games left to play on the day. The question that I have is Twisted Minds and 17 Gaming. 17 fought tooth and nail, Matt, to get the points they needed to stay in this thing. It seems like they could potentially do that again.
I mean, 17, they did a great job on defense, but a lot of people also just kind of like delivered themselves to 17. I mean, no disrespect to 17, but that Falcons push was just like, hey, you want some points, guys? Just go ahead and pick out of the holes. We're right here for you.
Yeah. I mean, if you have to choose a hill to die on, I guess you choose 17, because that seems like what everybody decided to do.
But so poetic that it was Falcons, if you think about it, given their history.
It was such a good spot, though, and I will say that to me outlined, I think, a lot, Gibson, of what the ability to dig a hole does, and it creates this whole different fight scenario on the edge of the hill that we probably never would have had before.
No, you wouldn't, because Falcons would have seen them way in advance, so they wouldn't have made that dive bomb to the top of the hill. Same for JDG. But look, you got to adapt. You got to change your play whenever the game does. And I think 17 realizing they could make that hill playable.
All right, the first 2 games are done. 3 more to go, and then we crown a winner here at the grand final stage of PUBG Global Series 7. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a very short break.
Welcome, guys. It's great to have Xiaowen and Tintin from 17 Gaming here. Let's say hello to the audience. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Like, you finished at the top of the winner stage. What do you think made the biggest difference in your performance this time?
没有什么变化吧，最变化就是我们打决赛有10分的带入分。
Was there a particular match in the winner stage where you felt like this is the 17 Gaming we want everyone to see?
就生命组最后一把吧。因为那把就是我自我感觉打得挺有韧性的，就是说每一把拳都不带拳，但是只要给一个切角的话，有机会的话我们都能把握住的那种。
If PUBG became a real-life survivor show, who on your team do you think would survive until the very end?
我
Tell us the reason. 天天先来吧，说一下原因。
心狠手辣，我会先假装和人示好，然后在最后剩3个人的时候，先给他背刺了，然后再将最后一个敌人正面拿下。
Right. Like, for advancing into the final stage, who do you think is more excited about making the finals?
没什么感觉吧，就可能见得多了就比较平常心。
What do you want to improve in the final stage?
争取拿下夺冠，因为我们就是游戏开始之前我们就领先别人几分，这是我们天然的优势。
All right. Congratulations again on outstanding winner stage performance, and thanks for taking our time to have our interview. Let's see you in games. Bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
AMD touches the lives of billions, powering the technology you use every day. From data centers to your personal device, automotive to automation, curiosity to creativity, business to breathtaking. AI to awe. And we're just getting started. AMD. Together we advance.
We got next. We ready to flex. We're ready to rock. Give it all you got. We got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it. Must be off your rocker, then you gon' stop her. We got next.
We are back. It is Shanghai time as we get ready to jump into game number 3, where we are at the end of the road. After this, PGS points are assigned, cash is meted out, and reputations grow or falter. Expectations for the future start here as the second half of the year is now underway. A lot of ways, guys, as we get together, I got Matcham, I got Porosaurus, I got Gibson. The first half of the year is building these expectations, setting the road for what we can see from your team as we march forward towards EWC. And then EWC becomes this watermark to a certain extent, Poro, where from that moment on, once it's over, everyone is now looking down the pipes towards PGC. This is the first step where the PGS points skyrocket, the legends start to form themselves, and the meta for PGC is truly established. There's a lot of, I think we underplay sometimes how much value is put on this first event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the official start of the second half of the year, and the second half of the year is where everybody, as you said, just looking towards PGC, everybody trying to figure out who their identity is as a team, how they're going to play this 2026 version of PUBG that we are rolling out with, how they best can capitalize on their unique skills to do as best they can. So I think we're starting to really get an idea of how APAC is. All of our Thai and Vietnamese teams really just, it feels like they're being that hyper aggressive, push everything. And honestly, Virtus Pro kind of feeling the same way, which is one of the reasons I feel like we're seeing a lot of success from them.
Yep, I also think Virtus Pro and Match, maybe you can speak to this as well. It just feels like in an era of adjustment, this has been a team that made that small change, picked up Curexy, and has been on their toes. Like if you talk about sports where they teach you to always be leaning forward, always be on the balls of your feet, VP feels like they started the year this way and has never let up.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we talk to Nixie and the guys, it's always been about just trying to set pace. They ended last year at PGC in second place. and they felt like maybe they should have had first place, depending on how the opinions go on it. So with the TPP switch and everything else like that, it was buckle down. We're not going to make excuses. We're not going to talk about BRDMs. We're not going to talk about mortars. We're just going to make it happen. And we're going to just try to find the way to play whatever the meta is at the time. And we're just going to play so many pub games that we are ready for every single situation and we understand how to tackle it. So it did take them a little while for adjustment. But man, whenever VP is on, it just feels like they can find ways to get points in situations where it should be impossible. And they are always just going to be looming in that second or third place position, ready to pounce on whoever's in first the moment they trip.
Well, game 3 getting ready to start, and we'll see, can VP continue? Does the grind set matter? As we know, the top teams have been putting the work in. This is where the Dusty Dunes await. I'm sorry, Rondo awaits. Dusty Dunes is next.
Hey.
This is the chance to jump into the city. We're going to send Porosaurus and Matrim into the action. Gentlemen, game 3, let's go.
Ooh, you want to talk about teams at the top that have been kind of tripping up? DK. No points in the last game and 4 points on the first game of the day is a horrible start as DK feels like they're falling back down to earth and maybe coming in a little bit faster and everything's starting to kind of catch fire.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard thing, and it is you always love to be able to peak, but peaking at the wrong time can almost be worse, right? Like, and Geek obviously peaking yesterday with 3 wins in one day, but that's what the concern was coming into this, that with those 3 wins, they were only able to create a 10-point gap, and as a result, 2 rough games to start the day, and they're already down in third, looking up at DNS and looking up at E-Arena. If they don't find something here, they could be looking up at Virtus Pro or maybe even Twisted Minds here shortly as well.
I'm just still absolutely dumbfounded by the amount of points in 2 games that E-Arena has been able to generate. Remember, they started the day at 36 points. Look at that come up as, Myth, how you always involved in these weird things at the start?
I'm telling you, Myth, it feels like they've decided to go with the strategy of, I'm just going to swing my arms like this, and if you get in my way, that's your problem, and it's working out for them right now, which is, it's honestly crazy. Like, they're so insanely mechanically gifted.
Look, it's great. You just take these early game fights. If you lose 3 people, but you still manage to win, now you're warmed up for the next fight, and let's just try to run over somebody or make the push back over. There's now the do-si-do around the outside of the rock, and Baron actually hits it from there. There's the car to finish it off. Corexy now down, and VP right next to him. Do they want more of this? Because you never know with Myth. They might actually go for it. They might not. They might just be happy with the one. I haven't found a consistent way to view how Myth decides to take a fight.
I the best I could come up with is since I'm perpetual terminal.
Feels good?
I'm just terminally online, so everything is memes to me. And so like the best thing I came up with for Myth was the meme of like, man, if those guys actually ever looked at a leaderboard, they'd probably be really upset with how things are going. But like they just don't seem to care. Like nothing seems to tilt them, and it just.
But it's liberating, right?
It has to be. Like it has to be. Like they come in despite having an awful couple of games. They'll show out in the final game of the day and almost make the cut line. They come into Survivor. They do the same thing once again, and that time they actually qualify for final stage. They had a terrible day yesterday, and they come in here today, and they're still just running into every single fight that they can find, and they're winning them. That's the difference.
And they win them so stylishly, but then they also lose them so stylishly. Like whenever we were watching that last game and 2 different approaches on that one compound where they got like a meter away from the building. And then finally somebody starts shooting at them and they're like, oh yeah, I guess we're kind of in the fields now. I don't know what to do. But then they turn around and manage to make something out of that game, even having a horrible start to it. Like, they have such crazy mental resilience. It feels like that's like everything to them. They don't care if something goes wrong. Cool, whatever. We'll figure it out because we're just good enough that we can figure it out.
And I got to tell you, I clearly don't speak Thai. But if I did, man, I would love to listen to their comms. Their comms have to be so damn good because the way that they operate and the way they work around each other in these fights, it feels just so clean. And obviously, like, your comms is probably one of the most important things to have whenever you're doing these 2-3-way fights. and like they're winning. They're not only winning the fights that they're taking to other people, they're turning fights around when fights are brought to them, and that's not something that you see very often.
Haven't had a chance to really dive too much into what we're looking at with the circle yet. Twisted has got a very wide 2-2 split where they've got the center of the circle as well as also holding down the test track area that did so well for them yesterday. Anyone's Legends making a rotate into the more open sections just to the southwest of Neox Factory. VP is going to be down into the southeast of the circle, playing right along the Jadina City River. And that's going to be a Nemesis on approach just to the north. So Nixie's now finding himself a little bit trapped out over here, but are you ever really trapped out from Nixie, or are you trapped in with Nixie?
That's a good question. You see, he's just hands off keyboard, hands off mouse, just listening for footsteps. He heard the vehicle.
Smiling, laughing. He knows.
Oh, he knows.
He knows he's there and he doesn't care.
He knows. And you know, the funny thing about it is the rest of Virtus Pro, not in cars. They're not sending it over here to provide support to him. They're letting him do his thing. And I think Sosid must have saw something. He had to have seen something that gave the ghost away, because he is just getting out of there almost immediately. Well, that's one fight avoided, but we did get a chance to get an interview with one of the lads from E-Arena. So let's take a listen in on that here.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview. We have Lyricus with us from E-Arena. Congratulations on winning the final circle. It's really like, you're like, wipe out Virtus Pro. That's a really good, really impressed performance. Can you like walk us through what happened? Because you're like gathered the information from Virtus Pro so specific, so accurate. How did you do that? 就是他们在决赛圈里面拿着 VP 的信息拿得非常非常准确，他们是怎么做到的？
ก็เรารู้ตำแหน่งตัวห้องน้ำครับอยู่ว่าอยู่หลังห้องน้ำเราก็เลยคอมโบเนตครับแล้วก็ตัวขวาที่เราขับรถเหยียบก็ผมไปนอนอยู่แล้วก็ได้ยินเสียงเขาขยับครับ
No. All right. First of all, we know that Nixie is the location of Nixie, but when I'm using a nade to nade Nixie, I heard like a little bit sound about Beamy, and I'll call my teammates to crush on Beamy, and that's all. That's all for the first two frags, and we finished this final circle so successfully. That's all, and congratulations, and see you in the next game. Bye.
There you go.
See you next game, Winbo.
There you go. Wimbo, unfortunately, getting a little bit too close to Super's territory, he will go down. But that's good work from E-Arena, because I swear, like, when you're fighting Virtus Pro, it's never the guys that you see that you have to worry about. They're like velociraptors. They let you see one of them, then you know that there's two on the flanking angle that you have no idea that were there, that those are going to be the ones that take you out. So well played there by E-Arena at the end to win that game in match number 3.
Why did you do that to me? Now every single time I see E-Arena, I'm just going to see somebody like looking over and being like, smart girl,
clever girl,
for one of these side flanks. Oh, clever girl, there you go. I knew you'd know the quote out of anybody.
Hey, I'm not going to tell you how many times I've seen each and every Jurassic Park movie. In fact, I think it's time for my summertime rewatch. We'll have to make our way through those as we see Nixie, the Velociraptor himself, getting close to Stead. Stead is completely oblivious.
This is the second time that they've been near each other, but it's a role reversal now. Instead, it's going to be chilling over here, and it's going to be Nixie.
Oh, the bait car. Oh, he's trying to bait Stead into going over there and taking shots at him as Nixie is just right on top of him. But Stead not going to go and over peek it. And so that might be the thing that saves his life, at least temporarily. He's going to try to hop on the vehicle. Oh, no. Yep. I'm telling you, it's Velociraptor theory for Virtus Pro. It's never the one that you see. It's the one that you don't that was going to kill you with the MP5.
I mean, it only costs you to one knock onto one of your players. Everything will be fine. Sharper now looks like they're collapsing on it, so Nixie needs to get over there pretty quick to provide some support because Sharper's had goals today, man. They're going to be running into this one fast as Nemesis Soset actually going to get knocked, and VP down to just one already and make it 0. Sharper comes in. They're going to get more of this, but where do you even go? New Circle's popped and it's abandoned this position, so you just got to keep on going into the no man's land south of test track.
The Velociraptors have been removed by the T-Rex in the lobby of Sharper. Another APAC team that's finding their footing here on the final day. But Jedi able to get into a compound. You see Falcons just off in the distance, and I think they spotted this and know that they have a solo player over here all by himself. That's looking like a tasty point to pick up if we can get it.
Glider off in the distance, and Falcons not being too proactive on this right now. I think I heard the firefight at range from Nemesis, maybe being a bit more afraid if anybody's going to be trying a third party on this one too quickly. Eyes onto the circle. They also do have Irina that's going to be to the north, as well as anyone's legend / full sense, pretty much stacked around the center. There you go. Gustav finally spots out Jedi. Makes it just look simple.
I'm telling you, man, you saw Jedi's head for half a second, and that's all that Gustav needed. And that nasty little mini shot, and that's another point picked up for Falcons, and they could definitely use it. You see how tight and compact. I mean, obviously our eyes are on first place, right? The race for the top. But we talked about how much is on the line in terms of PGC points, and considering how stacked that middle pack is, the difference between where Falcons is now and looking all the way just above Myth is like 10 or 15, maybe even more than that, PGC points. I don't have the list in front of me, but it's significant enough.
And I mean, when we look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, it's still actually pretty tight, right? There is a couple of good games that you can kind of string together to try to touch that, like the upper 8 if you wanted to get it. There is, of course, the 13-point break line after full sense. But I mean, we have seen people be able to pick up, like, again, 10 kill victories. And whenever we look at Petrichor Road, Myth, we look at really Falcons, Nemesis, we've seen them have those types of games. That's nothing to say anything bad about Sharper, who's trying to make that happen, but we know that those squads are capable of it if the opportunity presents themselves, or most really, the players put themselves in the position to earn it, because it does feel like those are the squads right now. They're a bit more lost in the sauce and the meta, and really how to navigate it.
Falcons, the reposition, it looks like they'll backfill where Delwyn was, and that's actually going to be a nice time for them as well. Now that the new circle has popped, a few shots getting sent over in that direction. Are they actually hunting Delwyn out here? I think they've realized he's by himself, and yeah, they're going to go and try to take the pagoda. Delwyn, I think, realizing he's just going to go ahead and breeze on through.
Thank you for saying pagoda. I always forget the term for it. I always just call them towers. I think that you are correct on that one.
I think I am. I could be wrong. If I am correct, if I'm wrong, if somebody can chat correct me. I know
doesn't
you guys.
matter. We're casters. We'll just call them pagodas from this point forward, and everybody will eventually do it if we just keep it consistent enough. Supers and Vitality do bump into each other over here. See how Super's at the top of the leaderboard looking over into Vitality. Vitality just keeps getting into these like really early Circle 3 fights. It's been against Sharper, and now going against Supers, they might find this one to be even harder.
Honestly, the fact that it took them to get to Circle 3 before they were able to get in the fight is probably good news for Vitality. Rex has that outer angle. He's going to get spotted out, though. That is huge for Hello My Bad, because Rex had that flanking, and it was going to be pretty brutal if he was able to get away with it. Deal still looking. Heaven will take down Levante, but he's going to get traded as it's a Panzerfaust joust. We're Panzer jousting.
Panzer. Couple other guns. Panzer again. You know, sometimes you just hit repeat button and eventually it will work.
Oh, no.
DK wrapping back behind this could have an opportunity onto Vitality, but I don't know if they know exactly where Vitality is, so maybe Vitality will have the time to get their meds back in position. I don't know. Yeah, it's just fishing with dynamite right now, throwing nades into seeing if they can connect on to anything. Gonna find anything yet, but they are gonna hear the BRDM now looming out in the distance as Vitality's like, all right, that's good enough. We're happy. Let's just get out of here.
Yeah, that's nice work for Vitality to be able to get the reses and immediately get in there and get on out of Dodge. Keep that BRDM alive for a little bit longer. As actually, they weren't able to get one of the reses, so I'm not sure what happened there, but only 2 alive, but they do have that BRDM, so they do still have a chance in the late game. As you see, Myth will finish off Purdy Curdy. They continue their reign of terror on this south side, just rolling around, looking for somebody to scrap with.
The circle's still pretty open. Petrichor Road Falcons kind of centered up in it. Irina's trying to get control over a hillside over kind of just east of center. Twisted's got the compound and the res beacon and that kind of, I guess, walkway, all the paths, everything else like that under their, I wouldn't say control, but that's what they presently have under their just to the south of him is going to be Nemesis, who looks like they might be having eyes on the position, but Team Liquid, as you were just talking about a moment ago, a bit more west of that. JDG does also look like they're trying to push more into the compound position that 17 has under control. That is a pretty decent spot, even though it is right along the edge of the zone, so JDG just might hide out in the shade of that hillside instead, but wait for the next circle. Now that it's popped, do you really want it that bad and make a push? That's an interesting question.
That hard western shift, yeah. That is, I think if you're JDG, yeah, I mean, they're definitely just peeking over the ridges and seeing what they can see from 17, but with that shift, they just got to start worrying more about what's going on to their south, and I think they know it. They're going to go ahead and see if they can maybe take that fight to Liquid. Meanwhile, everybody on the southeast, that's going to come to a head. You see Anyone's Legend already starting to breeze through. JDG Liquid get a little bit close. They didn't know that Liquid was here. I thought they maybe had an idea, but Liquid right on top of it.
I mean, you'd think so. They were running alongside of him for so long, and Myth in the distance. Are they going to choose to third party this? Oh, yeah, Kiss has heard something. He wants a piece of the firefight. Big explosions happening over here, but JD Gaming goes down fast. Luke, the last one up, but Myth coming in hot and heavy. Got nades up. Which way are they going to go? They're going to go more cowboy-sided, so at least Luke survives for now. But it feels like it is just a matter of time. We've been seeing the Liquid boys find ways to survive solos for quite a while. This is Myth on top of you, and they smell blood.
I tell you, if the question starts with, hey, do you think Myth would? Yes. The answer is always yes. It's always going to be yes, as they are just showing no fear. Kiss,
they even kill themselves.
They can't even get away on their own way. I tell you, Sharper is going to get eliminated there by Opons as E-Arena's fighting their way in on the eastern side. Looks like Falcons kind of keeping eyes on them and Full Sense at the same time, while Myth still trying to figure out where this last player for Team Liquid is hiding.
Yeah, pick your potential firefight with E-Arena over into the east. Falcons in a bit of a split. Full Sense doing the wrap into the area you're kind of talking about. Anyone's Legend Nemesis as Weekend Twisted's got eyes onto this. Team Liquid just knows how to survive as a solo for so well. Take it as you will, one way or the other, but Luke's already got the knock on one, but third parties and Baron going to be able to finish it out, but that's actually a lot of work done onto Myth. One player down and now 17 trying to get a bit more out of it as well.
Yeah, and I see one player from 17 hopping in a car, so we'll see if they actually capitalize on these two knocks. That would be a huge get if they can get Myth out of this lobby. Meanwhile, Falcons still trying to scrap with E-Arena on the north. They were able to hold off the line of teams kind of coming in from that eastern side, but Tiggleton and Gustav are going to have to rejoin the rest of the boys as they play from that dip. E-Arena going to hold the line here. Twisted trying to push in and actually just trying to save Batu from, I think that was, Nemesis. Or Full Sense. It was Full Sense.
Full Sense. Nemesis was over there just a second ago, so you're not inherently wrong. They just kind of rotated spots because Nemesis moved over to the east, and now that puts Nemesis right on top of Anyone's Legend. Does feel like momentum is in Nemesis's favor. Nemesi's favor? I don't even know. That's a weird word. We'll have to see as Molotov's down on top of him. Melman's going to go ahead and get the flush, and it's just a exchange of nades as it rolls down, and almost gets it, but not quite enough. There you go. Blue's on the finish down.
Nicely done there as we get a little bit of a ping-pong circle once again. It went hard west last time. This time it's going hard east. And now Falcons and E-Arena still looking at each other. And Geekay kind of shooting into E-Arena's backs might be forcing them to take this fight a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, Nemesis, I think they realize they've got Anyone's Legend just absolutely pinned down here. Would love to be able to get that last point off of Delwyn. But we'll see if they're allowed to do it because Full Sense is kind of looking over in that direction as well.
Falcons have been waiting over here for a while. E-Arena starting to push more down to the south, moving into nade range. Nades go just a little bit too long for the most part. This is kind of a hard spot to throw nades to, just given how these hills kind of top off and then kind of slope back out and then kind of slope back down again. You have to have it cooked perfectly to really connect on it from the Falcon side. Meanwhile, E-Arena side, you just kind of got to roll them down the hill and you'll find something. Lyrics finds Shrimzy. It's a great way to start. Can you get anything else off of it? Let's think that E-Arena now realizes the Falcon's going to be playing the lower section of the hill, but not really throwing a lot of resources over there. Instead, most of their nades now going a bit too wide as, peek around the side. Tig doesn't quite get it, but hey, the nade is going to connect. Walks into the smokes, and now he's got to hold the line, see if anybody else can go for Shrimzy.
That's nicely done there by Tig. Because E-Arena, I mean, you saw it last game in the end game with Virtus Pro. They get that one knock. That's all it takes for them to make the push in. And it's smartly done, too, because the fact that they pushed in meant that all the grenades that were being sent by Falcons were getting sent too long. So the rest of the arena was just kind of right on their doorsteps. They will back up now, retreat back to their foxholes as Falcons are able to get Shrimzy back on his feet, and the reset comes through. And they have plenty of time to wait this out because, as we said, that circle shifted hard back over towards the east, so they don't have to worry about it, even though that zone is right there.
Quick update on the circle and potential firefights. 17 did leapfrog position into the west. They're now gatekeeping out myth, so you might see that popping off in the kill feed, but that's a little bit longer range, I'll be honest. A bit more just brutal to watch on the myth side, so I wouldn't be too worried about missing much. It's just really hitting them as they're trying to walk into the circle, and 17 is just absolutely popping heads on the myth while these two just keep jockeying. Finally spots out at range. Shrimzy gets the knock on a path ball.
Nice spray there from Shrimzy. Takes him down now, down to 2 for E-Arena. Not really any hope to get that res either unless they're going to retreat, as Made in Thailand will get eliminated by Batu. Then creeping forward, we'll spot out one. There you go. Quickly and cleanly done there from Falcons. That was a very hard push, make no mistake. And they clean it up nicely. 5 kills now for them in control over the eastern edge.
Timing for it was a bit awkward as they had to keep a lot of focus on what was going on in E-Arena. So that means that they've surrendered a lot of the vision that they had on this very more open circle. And then whenever it was open beforehand, my God, Poro, what have we done to these poor players? Because the games we're casting today lead into the middle of nowhere multiple times. 17 going to be feeling good with their ridge line. Vitality, I guess, going to be happy with what they've got in the center of the circle. Full Sense as well as Twisted might skirmish, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're more focused on trying to kill everybody that's having to run into this section of the map. And it's pretty much everybody else because nothing else is going to be good about it. So it looks like a couple of guys trying to rally their vehicles. There are a couple of ridge lines to play, most notably down to the southwest of Petrichor Road. It is vulnerable to 17's positioning if you play the north side of it, and it's vulnerable to Nemesis' positioning if you play the south side of it. You maybe dig yourself something to work with. Is now Nemesis, though, where do you go? I guess maybe you try to go for the commitment onto the footpath in front of you, but then you're so vulnerable to Full Sense. This feels like one of those that you really wish that you had a mortar to just kind of pop a couple of holes in the center of the circle and just go hide for a second.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was waiting to see. If any of these teams kind of on that periphery, we're going to look over towards Vitality because they are in a BRDM, so they are a pretty obvious target. But nothing has been sent, nothing has been popped, and Falcons, meanwhile, are going to push right into Petrichor Road, while Geek are going to push right into 17. So 2 big fights going on the edge right now. Grenades out for I-26 V6. We'll see how much utility Falcons even has left after they did wipe E-Arena, but both squads in that case sent pretty much everything they had at each other. And it looks like Falcons are just going to have to pull away from this and try to see if maybe they can bait out grenades and turn this into a gunfight.
Chewy finds an angle on it. Tingleton gets the knock. Kickstart now goes down. That's starting to be a big problem. Falcons coming off that last fight. Doesn't have too much more they can work with. Petrichor Road now has definite momentum in this. And remember, Falcons are going to be backs up against Blues on running into this. 17, though, has to deal with Geek who come in just not a care in the world. Geek finding some success in a firefight finally is going to feel good momentum-wise for them on the day. Opposite side of this, Falcons, after just finally getting a moral victory in their last firefight, just couldn't find the key to open the door here, and it has just been Petrichor slowing back down the pacing, and I don't know how poor Shrimzy can even get in the circle now.
Yeah, it's just so tough there. You'd had no more utility left, and they go to the top of the hill, but they just had no idea that they were pushing into Petrichor Road. Has just been sitting there for forever. I mean, they've got everything left in the bag. Still 1 grenade left on Shrimzy. We'll see if he can stay alive long enough to use it. Looks like Petrichor is still hunting him. Nemesis, meanwhile, did finally make their way over across the footpath. They did leave Sosid down to the south, keeping an eye on that Full Sense Twisted Minds compound. Shrimzy will find one. Nicely done here. Won't be able to get the flush just yet. Just spraying through the smokes, hoping to find something. But now Geek K has eyes on it from range, and that's going to be the last grenade that does it. As we cut over to Full Sense, pushing now through Nemesis. Sosid going down quickly. Melman right there to follow.
Not too many other options. They didn't want to deal with Twisted on the other side, so Full Sense instead leans more into the Nemesis line. Vitality also counter moved up to the north, trying to see if they can stop out anything going on Petrichor Road. Geek also taking shots at Petrichor Road. So Twisted Mind's just trying to keep control over the circle, and just Full Send's getting pulled apart. Too many different directions, too many different enemies, and the duo for Twisted Mind's just playing it slow and steady, getting rewarded for it because everybody else is just faltering, falling in the circle before they can even get there, and that's really all Twisted wants to do. They're just playing for survival and whatever points that they can get right now for quite a while. And they've managed to out-survive so many other squads. And can they out-survive Full Sense? They've got Belmoth right next to him, but it's not like he can really do much. Thanadol's pretty separated, and they know exactly where he is.
I think the one problem is I don't think Example has. Wow, what an arm there by Batu. But yeah, I don't think Example. I mean, we just saw him. He had like 5 rounds left in his DMR, so they might be in a little bit of deficit as far as ammo and utility goes. Geekay just have to send it to the rock. They'll get there, but they will lose a con in the process. Ming Ming will pick that one up, as it was actually Batu that got the knock. So Batu still eating over there for Twisted Minds.
Belmont's praying the fact that Twisted Minds keeps defending him as they still have to move in the circle in just 1 second. Twisted trying to rally, get ready for that one, but they know that Belmont's looming at range. Petrichor Road keeps creeping forward. They've managed to get down from their high ground, move into this more low, close-range firefights, and it is going to be Petrichor Road lined up against the weakened Geekay, stacking up kills, 9 right now, and counting. Belmoth going for the shots on to Example, but Example's got to deny that in a heartbeat.
Nicely done there, and now Petrichor Road, with the help of Batu, will clean up Geekay. And Petrichor Road still 4 alive. They've got center circle. It's a 4v2. We'll see if Twisted can pull off a miracle here. But they have already kind of done that already just by making it to this point in the game. Let's see, Temple's still got a couple of grenades left, and he'll find the knock on the Chewy.
Don't count him out just yet. Oh, Batu goes down. Can we see the nades connect? Maybe turn this around a bit more. Wow, that's a ton of nades that run down on him. Petrichor Road gonna find 12 kills and a victory. Big come up for the boys in blue/black.
Well, welcome back to the lobby, Pero. Good to see you. As you see once again how important holding on to that offensive utility into the late game can be. There was just nothing really that Twisted or Geekay could do once Petrichor Road started focusing down. I mean, they did the same thing to Falcons as well. It was just a difference in the amount of utility that they had, and they used it very, very well. So fantastic win for them. As we bring back in Toffees and Gibson, what did you guys notice about that game? Nice win for Pero, though.
Go ahead, Gibson.
Yeah, I think that was a really good game for Pero there. They get it. Are they in the hunt? Like, did they do enough to give themselves a chance with 2 games left? I'm not quite sure about it, but you got to take advantage of the opportunities you do have. And I think a lot of dinner bells started ringing out when we saw Supers fall down early, right? When you lose the team on top and it opens up the window of opportunity, a couple of teams didn't quite grasp it with 2 hands, but definitely eat it into that gap.
Nemesis, Sharper, everybody wanted a piece of VP in that round, and they were Raptors. You know, they were playing aggressive. I like that metaphor, Poro. I don't know how I feel about you referring to Sharper as T-Rexes, though. I don't know that I can buy into that just yet.
They could be a T-Rex for at least 1 point in the game, right? Like, give him a little bit of credit.
If you watch Jurassic Park, the T-Rex isn't actually all that successful.
That's true. You can't use guns with those tiny arms.
I came up with that one on the fly, and I'm proud of myself for it. Nobody gave me props.
Because
Nobody's ever said Panzer Jousting.
Yeah, I was saying we've been saying it for years, bro.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. I forgot that everybody's... Never mind. Go ahead, do your thing. I'm not saying anything else.
Well, you can say whatever you want. I just prefer it when you say things that have been said before. All right, let's talk about 17 gaming. Looking pretty good. Tian getting some plays out there. I will say, to me, the end of this highlight, or the whole point of this match, though, was save utility, because the circles that are cast by Poro and Matt are circles that have 0 cover. Why are you doing that to them, Matt?
It's brutal. Because mid-game's better. That's where I want my fighting to be, because then everybody gets a chance to fight before just instantly dying.
Oh, dude, I don't understand. These end games have been absolutely brutal for these teams. Twisted Mind getting into the end of that. They do die to Petrichor, and it's not lost on me. They also have the longest walk in history to leave the stadium after they lose a fight, and it just looks like it's devastating to them. Every single time, the camera's just giving them the follow all the way out. Let's take a look at Petrichor. They win. Chewy got a bunch of kills on there. Not, I wouldn't say overwhelming amounts of damage across the board, but that speaks to their placement and sort of how they played the end of it.
Yeah, I think it's
where
right.
Ming Ming?
Oh, hey.
That's my question. Where Ming Ming?
He's fine.
Where Ming Ming?
It's 172. Look, it's the threat of Ming Ming, right? That opens things up for everybody else, especially Chewy, who's going to be the man of the match. But as you said, a bunch of kills picked up for Pero there. I'm not sure how far there we're down on the leaderboard, a little bit far. But that's going to put him right back in range, I think, with 2 games remaining, right?
Yeah, let's let's see if that leaderboard's updated. It would be good. Would be good. All right, Geek 74, Super 74, Petrichor 51. So I guess that's a good question. What is in range right now as we go into our final 2 games? How close do you think you have to be to the leader of this event to sort of get back in it? Is it 20? Is it 30? What's your lean on this one, Gibson?
I think 20 to 30. We were kind of talking in the green room and we said top 6 still had a bit of a chance going into it. I don't know whether that win from Petrichor Road puts them in the mix now as well. But again, if you're in that top 6, you know that if you can get a win in these last 2 maps and then just not bomb out in the other game, you've got a real chance, right? 10 points. Yeah, 10 points. No, they're actually Korean. Sorry about that, but they're...
Thank you. I give them props on that one.
I'm just going to mute for the rest of this segment. I'm done with all of y'all. I'm going into chat. My boys in chat got my back all the time.
I think down to 6. I think the top 6 still have a chance.
It was smooth. It was perfect. No, they're Korean. That's good. Twisted Minds in 4th. Top 6 still have a chance. It is going to be a tall order for 17 to push their way back into there. And do you agree with that, Matt? Like, I think the idea that at the end of the day, if you're below 8, you're just sort of playing to get a little extra, if at all possible.
Yeah, I think it's more just making sure that trying to get as high up. You don't want to be at the bottom, because if you're at the bottom, that's terrible, man, because then we're going to go back into the winner's bracket started next week. If you're like the team that's in 15th or 16th, the first time somebody knocks you, there's going to be 3rd and 4th parties as the vultures are just going to start swarming around you. So you need to playing for eyes on the next week is, again, prize pools, money, everything else like that continues to push forward. But I do think that you're right. We're looking at kind of a breakpoint, maybe 6th, 7th, somewhere in that range as we move into the last game. And it almost feels like this next game is going to be about playing to not die and screw yourself up, and walk away with 0 points and let these other guys just kind of run up, because that's been VP's bread and butter. But now everybody is so close to each other. What, 10-point spread all the way down to 5th? That's the way I like to see it going in the second last match.
The top of the board is close. The Dusty Dunes await, and with 2 games left to play, you don't want to be chasing on the last match. So now's the chance to try to get a little separation at the top of the leaderboard, and for those at the bottom, a chance to dig in and find a few extra points and a little extra cash wherever they possibly can. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Gibson. The playing path is as fair as it can be as we jump into the dunes.
Yeah, nice even. What is it about you and I getting very different games than the other 2 as far as player fairness and welfare, as we get that nice play path that allows everyone to kind of drop where they want to go? Big win from Pero in that last game, but Petrichor Road having real consistency issues all the way through this kind of first circuit of PGS 7. But Toffees, all these teams, we know that 6 of them, they're playing to just get enough points in this game to go into that last map with a chance.
Yeah, and that's all you want to do, is you want to leave yourself, in the words of Doyle Brunson, with a chip and a chair. A chance to go in there, go all in when it matters most, and come out with the big money, as well as, and this is even bigger, that lion's share of the PGS points to set your year up. The bid to get directly to the finals of PGC is going to be incredibly important. So you want to start making that statement now. Did you see that circle?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
A little bit of water. Just a little bit.
Yes. A wee bit of water. That's crazy, man. Like it's down on the right angle too, so it literally goes all the way around the side. I mean, this is normally you would say, oh, 50% playable is pretty bad. This is significantly less than that. The islands, like, let's be honest, that's never going to happen. So E-Arena is got to be kind of ecstatic here. They're only 5 points behind the top 2 teams, and they got one of the best circle pops they could have ever hoped for.
Yeah, points of entry are going to be really limited as well. Los Leones has taken up a good chunk of the avenues that you can make your way inside of the circle. You've got that island in there, but again, I'm not going to talk about it until it becomes a factor later on because it's not going to. But you said it, E-Arena in such a good spot. Petrichor Road, they're in 8th place on 51. Do they have a chance? I don't know. Is 23 points with 2 maps to play too far away? You never know, but they've got a good circle here as they dropped an Impala.
Yep. I'm also excited about VP. I think VP is going to be able to make a good transition to the middle here and possibly pick up those 10 points they need on other teams' transitions. If you get to a placement early and get a couple of pickoffs as teams come driving through, that's going to be a big deal for them. We jump to DNS as the Supers try to start their rotation. They're going to buzz right past, I believe there's some 17 players there, keeping an eye on them, and should be safe to just move on into the circle. The real challenge is going to be our teams at the top and how difficult it's going to be for them to make their way in. All right, it does sound like we have an interview with a team that has had a very hard go today. It is the Falcons.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview. It's our great honor to have Tigleton from Falcons here. Let's say hello to the audience.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, the question is like kind of interesting. Like, do you feel the pressure for being the fan favorite, or does it motivate you?
Throughout my career, I've always found that I do better with haters than fans. I don't like people having positive expectations of me, so this seems I'm eating it. I always prefer people like prey on my downfall and they want me to do bad, and then I can like prove them wrong. Feels better than fans and letting them down if I play bad.
Alright, interesting. And did anything like catch your team off guard today?
Maybe 17 on the game that we died on a wrangle. They kind of were set up on the hill. We pulled straight up on them thinking that there was no one there, and then there was a 4-man, and I don't know which one of them had the Panzerfaust, but it was like a complete jump scare. Like, I'm driving up, this guy's just like, surprise! So I was like, oh.
Alright, surprise in PUBG Esports. Like, what's one quality that every Falcon player shares?
A quality that all Falcons players share has to be a twisted sense of humor. We're all going to hell.
Alright, the game's interesting.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'm not sure if you like the answer was lost in translation for a second there. Like, what trait do you guys share? Well, we're all going to hell together. That's what an answer, Tigleton. What an answer as we wrap up the replays from the last game.
I think it was a song once says in hell I'll be good company. But anyways, can you get over how big that pop filter was for Tigleton as well? He was constantly moving it around.
Well, I'm glad he was the first player that actually took it out of his mouth, so we got a little bit of a less crackle snap pop. There's the AI predictions, and now we got Falcons back on the move. We just heard the interview. They've got 34 points, and I'm not going to go ahead and huff the copium and say that they can get back into this. It's really non-tenable. That said, they could probably make it into the top 8. Maybe.
Hey,
like
if they get a 20-point win and a 20-point win, they still
make the top
win the
8.
event. Yeah. But they were talking about wanting to be like how they're going to hell. I think this whole PGS as a whole has been pretty much hell for them. You know, the circles have not gone their way. As you said, they were pushing up the positions they thought were clear, and just they're 17 dug into a hole. They just cannot seem to catch a break, and that's the thing. There's always 60 other players in the server. Like, it's only one team can win, and every other team always feels like everything's going against them.
Yeah, but maybe our whole region can feel that way right now. I will say, they hired, for this one, we have a team of 4 America's casters, and yet, America's is having probably one of the worst events that we've ever seen. Godlike knocked out early, Falcons and Team Liquid tied for best team in the Americas with a whopping 34 points, is deeply disappointing, Gibson.
Hey, we got 68 points as a region. We're in
Together,
4th
we're
place.
tied. We're in 4th place.
Yeah.
Oh, why? Oh, saying that was brutal, but also true. You're right. Together, they're in 4th place. Meanwhile, teams like DK and Soup are outrageous. EA is going to go ahead and watch 17 drive by, but not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah, as you pointed out, Gustav dies early again. He's not had the best run of it on these rotates. 17. Wenbo getting picked up by Patampong with that 3x spray. Looks like Ming Ming doing some real damage onto Falcons. Oh no, if you're a Falcons fan after hearing that interview, you don't want to see what's happened as Peril and Vitality are closing in on the noose.
This is absolutely brutal. Kickstart does have that P90. He's going to have to crawl back so that gets himself his res. Tiggleton going to get knocked as well. I think Gedrox and the lads might just be coming forward as Vitality is desperate as well to get points. 26 is not acceptable for them, and they want to move up that board, increase whatever their PGS pull is, and try to stay ahead on the overall boards. Falcons is actually eliminated now in 16th place, opening the door for Team Liquid to become the best team in the Americas.
They just need 1 point. That's all they need. Oh, the copium is strong in this one. But let's talk about the fact that you've got Pero upping the aggression now. After that win, you've got a little bit of confidence, vitality. They feel that they can do something. You know, at this point, it's just about PGC points for them as well. Can they maybe move up a few spots, get a few more points on board? One team, though, that really are in the mix is Twisted Minds, and they're already down to 2 players inside the blue. This is going to be a really good performance by them if they manage to salvage something here.
It would be a miracle performance by them if they're able to salvage themselves. But all they really do is I want to make sure that they just kind of stay in the hunt. If they can lock it in here and hope for a couple of points on the pickoff, maybe that keeps them in. The problem we've got is that Super is down on the coast at Puerto. E-Arena is in a much better spot in the south. And as that shrink comes in, it's going to center right up on top of VP, who may actually be able to get themselves back in the race off of that shift. Look at that. All the top teams feeling pretty good.
At least the circle was a bit nicer to the players this time around. We didn't keep a chunk of water in, but watch the pathing of Liquid. They'll get close to JDG. You've got the Supers really close to 17 in Puerto Parezo. A little bit north of that, you've got VP, who, bearing in mind, have only got 15 placement points through all of these maps so far, and they are still just 10 points off the lead. Like, there's a world where a VP get a bunch of points here. They could win this event without winning a single map.
That would be pretty wild. Oh, here it comes. DL and 17 going to start the fight out right out of the gate. DL gets the knock on Lil Ghost, and that opens the door for DN Supers to come in aggressively. The rest of 17 is actually across the way. Coldwood, elsewhere, JDG going to do a little bit of bolting just to make Liquid mad. And DL's got, you can't cross this. They do cross this. Wait, what is 17 doing? They just bounced? All right.
Yeah, they're bounced. They're out of there. There's nothing they can really do. I think they realized with them being in 6th spot that they're going to be convincing themselves they've still got a chance, right? 23 points out with 1 map to go after this. Just try salvage a few points and give yourself a puncher's chance going into the last map. Like, the last thing they could do is fall early with 0 points.
Yeah, it makes sense. I like that. Punchers. It's a boxing reference to you can, as long as you're up and you've got a good hook, you can possibly win the game. And so that is it. That's if you're in that point total, you're right. Find yourself your spot, maybe get lucky, pull yourself into a late game, and then who knows, in the last match, you could do a 20 banger and take the win. So I do like that mentality. They're going for it. Meanwhile, we see Rushy, the coach of Full Sense, getting a nice play there on Nemesis. This guy has been a savior for Full Sense. I mean, at the end of the day, 7th is not the best they've ever played. They're defending PGC champions, but to be in that position with a sub who's your coach, I think that speaks volumes.
Yeah, they're going to make, a bunch of PGC points in this event if they can finish the top 8. And if you can get to the top 8 of the, this was the weekend, the finals, it means that you go straight into the winner stage next week as well. So there's more than just PGC points up for grabs. And if you can do that with a coach, you're in a pretty good spot if, we get a player, get him back. I think rumor is he might be back for one of these PGS series.
Okay. It'd be good to have him back, but you're right, that top 8 is incredibly important as 04MB gets a little bit of a spray there. Petrichor at that 8th place cutoff with 53 points. Would love a little more padding and was going to try to get it off the back of GK. And I'll tell you what, if they do, everyone else in the top 5 race will be ecstatic.
Yeah, GK rotating their way into the circle. They'll probably make landfall inside of Puerto Parezo as well, as a bunch of teams will stack themselves up, but I don't like it. Like, all these teams that go into Puerto Parezo need to go through rivals. Like, now E-Arena are kind of laughing because 17, GK, DNS, all could potentially fall into their kind of pathway. VP, though, with that 2-2 split, watch them collapse that thing pretty darn quick.
Yeah, getting forced down into this area is not going to be pretty for them. Up on top, VP is collapsing. You see Sharper, the T-Rex of PUBG Esports, on top of the mountain. Gets a nice little knock there on Delwyn.
Still need to find out where that reference, like, why T-Rex? As you pointed out, not very deadly in Jurassic Park. Doesn't really got big arms, so can't really swing hands that strong.
Well,
like, I don't know.
Not very deadly here. It's hard to handle guns with tiny hands.
Can't get it up to your eyes for the scope.
GK and DNS having a fight here. Songjang is down along with Guman. Both teams sort of spread out. We talked about the danger of this. EA's herded so many teams down here into Puerto Paradiso that it is becoming almost impossible to find real estate. And even if you do, you're just going to be stuck here outside the circle, dying slowly to blue while EA farms points off of you. So maybe better to die to the guys in town than leave and give the points to E-Arena.
Yeah, I think so. Supers, though, they've picked up at least 2 points, extending that lead over GK by a massive 1. You've got Rex not too far away. He's got Akan as his line. And remember, these are 2 teams that are right on the very top, so every kill you kind of get's kind of double jeopardy. If you can take someone out, not only are you picking up that point, you're preventing their opportunity from finding any more inside the game as well. I think there's a world where Supers dig their heels in and fully gun this fight, especially with that blue chip that they can go for here.
Yep, they're going to go for it. They decided to just go ahead and ping it. Looks like the grenade was being cooked. Akan was waiting for this. Aha! Gotcha, truck. The truck defense is strong. Akan goes back up and over. It clears the truck this time, but he's already gone. He slips away with barely any HP, but his teammates will be returning.
And now you run. Now you run and try to find something, you know, maybe even pick up a second AR so you can give one of them over to your teammates, because again, places they can land ain't looking too good once they come back on that plane. So, they're in the worst car as well, Toffees. This isn't good. Tell you what is good. We're getting a fight. We got Anyone's Legend of Vitality.
Anyone's Legend on the high ground. Vitality inside the warehouse. Vitality could use a very good fight. They could use something to give them a little bit of gas going forward here, and they duck back into the warehouse. Anyone's Legend up on the high ground. Both of these teams struggling to try to make it into the top 8. So I guess it's a good fight for them, sort of.
Maybe. Maybe. Levante, he's going to toss out another molly to try to stop them from closing the gap, thinking just maybe somebody has crossed over that threshold into their warehouse. But for now, they're still waiting for a knock. Like, neither team really want to get too aggro on this fight without finding a knock. First, we get ready for that next circle shift. There's more gunfires coming in, but somebody's going to be a big winner and somebody's going to be a big loser here.
All right, sounds like a nice little spray there from Rushy over on the hill. Is still trying to get out of the blue. All of these different teams locked in on top of each other as that Vitality Anyone's Legend fight continues. You got Rushy just sprinting for the hopes, the dreams, and to get out of the circle. Full sense with 57 points at the moment. Nemesis and Soup staring down the barrel of each other. This is that return player that we saw rezzed down below. And Melman sitting by going, I think I get a free kill here.
Yeah, there's the opportunity, but they landed on the roof, right? So they're just going to stay there and wait for as long as possible. Melman, he's going to hopefully try to get some damage done on the Supers, but the problem is with the rest of the team around, he's at real risk of getting picked up himself, and that's what Heaven's going to do. Tosses that nade over towards Melman. It lands on the wrong side of the bales.
Nice little hold by Heaven to keep tossing it out there. They're doing everything they can. Heaven has come down. All right, I've got your back, Human. You can jump in now. And the bus has arrived. You said crappy car, but hey, it's got the durability to make it here. And they're going to push up immediately. Nemesis Melman says, you know what? I'm no longer interested in what I thought was a free point.
Yeah, Park Pro, he'll take this one, though. Remember, GK looking to get up a level and above DNS again, and they will do that with that kill. But the Blue Zone's Phase 4 really starting to put the hurt on for GK. You wonder how many more points they're going to be able to find. There is a Bronco, at least, that they can use to try rotate in, but it's not great terrain for that travel.
All right. Oh, no. Oh, Melman, the wheels are coming off. He's trying so hard to get in. He's ticking down. He's low. All of that greed to try to kill Soup is coming back, and it is not going to work out. Melman close, but no cigar. Drops by the blue just on the edge of it.
Yeah. DNS, they've got, this is a really good opportunity for them. They've got the BRDM. They've got the ability to push on in. They get Melman. I think DNS could be in for a pretty decent game here.
They could. They're going to start that big rotation. They got the BRDM, the point getter, the third place. What is it? Somebody called it the BR third place? I don't know.
Top 3 RDM.
Top 3 RDM. Now that was a good one. JDG, though, says, I've got a Panzerfaust, and this is a good one, as he side shots it, but the BRDM survives because he hit the ground, I think, and now we get to jump out and go for the spray.
Yeah, jumps on out, gets the knock. That's what they're going to do. Fight to fight. A Panzer would be their worst enemy, but for now, there's none that are going to get any real damage done. JDG, M249 on one side, try to maybe light that thing up with the LMG to take it out of commission. That's exactly what the plan here is going to be, but they've not blown it up yet, but they have hit the deck.
They've gotten low, so the guy's got to jump out. They're gonna now. The BRDM is gonna go down, and all the grenades will come out as well as Rex is dunked on. Heaven comes through. He's got the grenade. Last man standing. Tries to make a push here. He wants to finish JDG so that he can save his own team, but he's down to 6 HP. Has to fall back. Use the BRDM for cover. It can snipe in a quick hill. JDG is in the blue, so they're ticking aggressively at the moment as well.
Yeah, and not to mention that Geeky are still trying to rotate into the circle and pick up some points with 15 teams still alive. Nade's perfect. Super's gone. Geeky, can you now take the lead, or does it open the door for someone else to move on in? I actually think maybe it'll be a good time to jump on into VP comms because they've seen the top team drop on out, and they're center circle, not far off center, with a good spot in the zone.
The center pass. What the fuck are you doing? Throwing pass. Okay.
To them, pick up, guys. Knock on green. No.
One echo liquid. Okay, orange line, we can run out east, no? Or orange line fights.
Yes. Here on green.
That sounds positive. Yes.
By the way, Liku solo stop somewhere.
Let's focus orange line to the party, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're coming with cards now. From south. So let them fight. We don't want to go early, okay?
Yes. Don't shoot the right team. Let them fire.
Don't shoot Pero. Shoot from
I like that they get there's an enthusiastic consent to every call. He's like, you know what? We don't want to move too early. We want to hold for this fight. And the whole team's like, yes. That is an excellent idea. I like that.
I like the one when we went yes. Then there was like 3 seconds of silence, and then yes again. But did you hear the comms, right? They don't want to fight Pero. They want to focus their attention on the EA because they're the rivals. Because if you focus on Pero, you get backfilled. So this is what we talk about VP. They always think about bigger picture when it comes to their positioning and fighting.
It is, and the thing is, it's not even like trained comm discipline or systems they have in place. That'll be the end of state as he goes down, Nemesis eliminated. It's the fact that they seem to sync well. Like they're not, I don't know, they're not over talking only because they understand each other's flows. And I'll also point out their voices are very well matched. There is a subtext to communication in PUBG where if everybody sounds the same, it can be a little bit of a pain in the tuchus when things get intense. Different volumes and styles of voice make it a lot easier to differentiate calls.
Yeah, Perfectix, he's going to try to make the right call here alongside of Batu, but Batu being dead, well, I guess having your IGL dead is not the worst thing in the world because he can just fully focus on making decisions for the team. Petrichor Road, they're going to play the edge of that ridgeline. Twisted Minds with 2 players up. Remember, they've been on a salvage game for quite a while now, and it's going to be hard to salvage any more from this position.
Skynades trying their best. Tanawat getting some shots up from the high ground. Sharper has been trying their best to grind their way back into this, make a good showing. A nice little shot there from the Dragonov to flush example down below. Petrichor getting rained with grenades, and the circle will shift north. VP, who had a really good spot, is now going to have a really hard transition into the late game. E-Arena also going to have a lot of teams in between them and victory.
Couple of solos still alive inside the circle. Zhao Wu is there. Stanawat's going to fall. Pero's I-26 is able to find that knock, but Sharper, they've got an angle, but they need them to push a little bit deeper in to be able to do some real damage. I-26, though, one good nade dropped over this could be perfect, but it goes a little too deep here, Toffees.
I like this nade from Thunders. He actually threw from the smoke from that side so they could see the trailer. They all fired on the edge. He immediately went for that flank. Opened, missed the first shot, gets that second. I-26 V6 drops down. Now we go up to see the cars. He's going to try to fall back, maybe go for the rescue play now that he's got the knock. Bit of a trade. We see flashes coming out. The team is surging forward. Thunders is going to try to stick it. Is it the right call? Petrichor's looking around. They say, that's too much smoke. We don't even know where he is. Mingming's got the P90. He now goes for the res. What a great time to counter back up if they want to.
Yeah, they can't handle the smoke. They've actually turned the attention away the other way. Is that Molly over on the Vitality as this fight finally gets underway in earnest? They're pushing really aggressively towards anyone's legend. Hemas will step out of the smoke and into the fire from Quizzy as Destroy is the last player alive and will not only destroy all humans, but he'll hope to destroy all the Vitality players that are left alive in the server. But they're hunting with those SMGs. This could be it for Destroy.
Yeah, this took a long time to get up and running this fight, and now they go through. Destroy does manage to get a play on Quizzy, though. He's going to go around those. He tries to make a move, but he can't handle. Levante puts one in his head.
And then there were 8. We're into the placement points, and E-Arena are 5 points off a top spot. Petrichor Road getting pushed by VP now, picking up huge points for this team. They've lost one. Nixie is down. The nade's going to confirm the other one. Can VP do any more work? This is Alo trying to put the work in. Jedi gets Corexi. Alo with another nade. Boom goes the dynamite. VP eliminated in 4th, and it's Alo, the snake in the grass, doing the work.
How do you kill a raptor from far away with large amounts of explosives? Up on the high ground, Sharper Esports takes a different tack, shoots down on Kiss. He's going to get burnt. Earthsopalui knocked down to 4, is going to fall back. Got that helmet torn clean off of his dome, but does have time to heal back up.
E-Arena now with a very real chance to take control of top spot going into that last map. They've got all 4 players alive. Vitality are moving their way, and they've got a great ridge line looking in towards the rest of the circle. They are the team with the biggest opportunity to make some moves now in the final Miramar of this weekend and the penultimate map of the day.
Vitality, the rest of the lobby needs you. Now is the time. Backstab and crush. Erie got a hard push. I mean, to be honest, having Sharper up here is going to really slow down their progression. But at the end of the day, like, they've got a good circle spot. They don't have to move with the way this pop has worked out. Vitality, unless Vitality somehow pulls off some weird backstab, I think Arena should have this dead to rights.
They should, but watch for Alo. That solo rat has an ability to just make plays. Vitality inside the blue as they start pushing up that hill, but again, E-Arena hyper aware of the fact that they're in that position after that fight with the guys from Anyone's Legend. So it's really a tough rotate, and I actually like the position Jedi has for Sharper. Like, he could have a very good angle onto these E-Arena players once he steps up a little further.
Yeah, I think Sharper's in a pretty good spot, and they got a little bit of the shift. If he'd gone a little more aggressively towards them, they would have been golden. And they've got a mortar, so Thunder's is going to put that down on the high ground. A little harder to hit, in my opinion, when you're this high up, but if he can land that on E-Arena, it might open the door for them to make a move. The problem is, if they do a crash, they're going to go right past Luke 12 sitting in that hole.
121 meters. I think that's actually just about the distance that Nurans is away from this point when you look at those squares. So can Thunders drop this exactly where it needs to go? Look, you're not going to push off the back of it, are you, Toffees? You're too far away. You've got too good of a position. But it could enable... That was right on top of Nurans. That was perfect if he wasn't in that shack.
Let us destroy the shacks, man. Treat them like hay bales. That's not true. We need more cover. So Nurns is able to survive by jumping inside the shack, but they let him know, hey guys, we've got mortars, we've got plans. The only downside is what they are also doing is creating additional cover for E-Arena when they need to start inching forward.
Pawns watching that move now. Vitality trying to wrap their way around this hill. If you push to E-Arena and you lose that fight, you're gifting them the opportunity to wrestle away top spot because they're only 3 points behind. You have 3 players up, and the placement point would see them move into the lead. Myth not in a situation where they can really third party. Either are Sharper. So basically the circle is cut in half. You've got one fight that could potentially kick off on the east, one fight that could kick off in the west, and then Luke 12 sitting in the middle of the circle. What's he listening to? Do you think he's allowed to listen to music while he waits?
I don't think so. I think he's listening to the dulcet sounds of the rest of his team not talking. I'll bet they are leaving him in utter silence to listen and not move. I mean, that's what you do when you got a player who's in a solo situation and he's kind of just playing clutched out. It's best just to let him have his comms and maybe try to relay information if you can. But at the end of the day, it's just 3 guys trying to peek over his shoulder watching him play. I love that E-Arena is just throwing the pickaxe around, passing it from teammate to teammate without exposing themselves to the Vitality push. Vitality has to slide around the bottom right now, so they're going to try to make a south rotation. And look at that. E-Arena is set up for it. All 3 of those players still outside the circle, just hard locking this counter rotation.
First molly thrown out by Vitality, moving it up towards Nurens, but he's not in a position where those mollies are going to do any damage. More utility being dumped, more utility being wasted. Vitality, they've got the info game completely wrong here.
Yep.
They're moving up to that rock, but I guess one thing's for sure. You know the rock's clear after throwing all that stuff.
That's a good point. They're moving up. They thought they'd be in the circle. Opons is out on the flank. He gets that first knock. It opens the door. Quizzy's down. They know they want to move before a third party can possibly get involved, so Opons is going to surge forward as fast as he can. Right now, Sharper needs to consider trying to come in and play the third party position if possible, especially if another knock goes out towards E-Arena.
3 kills on the board for them. Sharper still just menacingly off in the distance on top of that hill as the smoke is providing all the cover Vitality need to get everybody back up on their feet. Pawns will just keep digging a little bit more. Maybe he can strike gold in this game for that E-Arena roster, but they're smoking hard up to that rock, our Vitality, so they can focus on one player at a time.
Absolutely. You thought you have to worry about dust in the dunes. It's actually about smoke as everybody tries to make up to the shack. Vitality actually doing better than I expected as they surge forward. There's that Luke 12 ambush as he gets the knock on Jedi. SP turns around and gets them. Meanwhile, Liquid out because of that, but he does slow down Sharper's attempt to reposition.
Well, this situation now, E-Arena, if they can get one more point, might be asking themselves Jacob who, as they're in a really good spot to get the chance to win this in the last map of the day. Jacob, just right on cue, answers his own name call, picking up that kill on the Quizzy. Vitality fall, and it's a 3v4v4. Nades being tossed up. Kiss has been felled, but maybe Sharper can get a good result here in game 4 of the day.
It would be nice to see Opon shooting up at the sky. He's trying to, they can put some work into this fight. This is great news for them. They got Vitality out, which means all they have to do is watch the high ground where these two teams are fighting. This is a dream come true scenario for E-Arena.
How many points can they get, though? That's the question. What's the buffer going to look like going into it? Thanawat will get the kill on the Jacob. Another team falls, and it is just an all-tie battle. But which of these two teams can get the timing of their moves just right here, Toffees?
That's what it's all about. How much timing can you have? Who gets the right play? I'll give it to the Sharper moved to center circle really fast. They got there as quickly as they could. They took a knock in the process. Thunderwat is basically lost. Thunder's on the high ground, taking a lot of spray. E-Arena does go down. That's huge that Thunder's got the knock up a Thompong.
Yeah, Lyric's picking up over. Thunder's trying to put in work, but Nurens finds that one too. E-Arena really about to wrestle control of this lobby with 1 game to go. 3 versus 2. Stun grenades being thrown, but Earth has that P90 and he is up close and personal. 50 rounds. Ambush. He uses some of them. He gets one. He uses some more. He doesn't find the damage this time. Fires another. Earth, aim, fire. Sharper, get it done.
I don't need no vision, he yells. I got a P90. Accuracy through blind volume as he stands up, takes the fire, and gets the kill. Sharper comes away with a win. As we get Matchman Poro back in here, the real winners on Sharper is the rest of the lobby because E-Arena, if they had locked that out and gotten those kills and won, I think they would have been unassailable, Poro.
They would have had a nice lead, for sure. I don't know if it would have been unassailable, but it's definitely looking a lot more doable now, as I think we got, 4 teams, maybe 5, that have an opportunity with 1 game to left to get that victory here in the final stage.
Can we all agree that P90's OP? Like that's, I mean, I think we've said that for a long time, but the man was flashed.
About mortars and panzers and BRDMs, but they don't say anything about P90s, which can just laser you from anywhere on the map. It's crazy.
That was wild. That was wild, but great game. I love Sharper's move off the high ground, even while Myth was attacking Matchum. They took the incentive of sliding away because they knew that was the win condition.
You stole the thoughts out of my head there. Earth getting to that point on the timing with everything that was going on with E-Arena and their repositions is just so perfect. Because Sharper's whole problem for trying to win this game was trying to come down from that high ground. Dealing with Myth on that one side and getting Earth into a better spot to kind of wait for E-Arena just down on the other side in the ridge line, just so that way he could room and wait. E-Arena had big capabilities because they had a lot of movement options that they could do depending on how the circle popped a couple of different ways. But as it did lean more to the E-Arena's west, they felt like they would have control over the low ground, and that was completely denied by Earth Zakuli. I mean, just again, a very heads-up play coming from Sharper, who, for being the underdog that last game, sure didn't feel too underdoggy. What was it, 12 kills, 11 kills, something crazy like that?
I mean,
apparently T-Rexes, they've risen to the challenge and have come out to actually cause a ton of trouble. It's just a problem. It's too little too late. With a 10-game final, you have to do that a lot quicker. Now, I will say this. What I liked about our top two teams, or our tie teams in this, E-Arena and Myth, is that both got to that position by basically outthinking their opponents. E-Arena left those laggers over on the right side outside of the blue, or sorry, where the blue was closing, to catch Vitality off guard. You saw that, Gibson, where they had all of the wrong information, and then Sharper does the exact same thing to them by slipping Earth forward when no one is looking. Both of them understanding the value of an ambush.
Yeah, the one thing's for sure, though, everyone was supporting Sharper in that final circle because those teams at the top did not need to see their rivals get another 7 points with those 3 kills and the extra placements. So Sharper standing up for the lobby, but there's just one game to go. And I know it's not Smash rules, but it feels that way for like 4 teams. There's 4 teams that I feel like if they win this next map, they're winning the whole thing. It's probably one of the best finishes to a PGS we've had this year.
It is an excellent race here at the end. Man of the match is going to go to Thanawat as he gets 6 kills, 588 damage, and definitely helps his team get back into, I don't want to say the overall hunt, but the hunt for that upper section of the mid-board, which is still very relevant. What are the benefits? Like when we talk about that, as we kind of set this stage going forward, Poro, it's not just about winning this. There is value assigned to moving up the mid-pack, and how big a value is that? Like, should we expect these teams to really be battling to go from 11th to 8th?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about it a couple of times today. The PGC point battle is raging right now, and that top 8 PGC is it's all up for grabs. Obviously, now that we're in circuits 3 and 4, there's more PGC points on the table, more at risk. And if you look at the top 8 that was coming into this weekend, T1 and Navi, they were up in there. They're not even in the final. So you stand a lot of space to gain off of this. And there you go, your total leaderboard. Oh, even VP, they're 12 points back, but it does feel like they still have a shot.
It feels tenable. Let's break down that leaderboard. E-Arena at 82 is feeling very good after that one. Imagine if they had won it, though. That would be very, very tough. Soup, Geek, Virtus Pro still in striking distance. Twisted Minds, I think they'd have to have one of the best games of their life to get back into this. So I think Virtus Pro and Twisted a little bit tricky, but again, Virtus Pro defending EWC champions, maybe they pull it off. There's something else that you brought up earlier, Gibson, and that's another benefit besides the PGS points, besides the cash of making the top 8.
Yeah, that of course is the fact that you go straight into the winners next week. You ain't playing in that crazy losers bracket where you've got a best of 5 to try play next weekend. And there's a few teams, in that like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th position that'll probably go head to head trying to get their spot in the next week as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it, is like you don't want to end up in the bottom. You don't want to have to risk that losers bracket situation, because if you fail there because you have a bad day, someone wakes up with the flu, someone breaks their ankle, a table flips over in the hotel room and slices a hole in your Rex hand, that could cause you to have to stay in that losers bracket over and over and over again because you're not making it out, and that's not a place you're going to get a lot of PGS points. So you got to make sure you maintain that for yourself. Matchum, you look inspected.
I'm confused because we played winner stage first going into it, right?
Yeah.
So,
okay, I trust.
Are we talking
Gibson.
about the momentum into, because it's like this whole lobby just plays again the start next time, and then the bottom 8 play through survival against the guys that didn't play yet, right?
Yep, so we're going to double check the schedule, and while we do that, we're going to send an interview over to Perfectix to make sure that all of the information is correct about the format going into next week.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview. We're having Perfectix with us here. Can you say hello to the audience right now?
Hello guys.
Because the leading team is like so close. Do you feel like any pressure right now?
We don't feel any pressure. We're a bit far from the first place, so we will try to find our best game to reach the first place. If not, we will try our best to reach more PGS points.
Yeah, the PGS points, the road to PGS is more important. Is also important, right?
Yeah.
And let's talk about any messages want to send to the hot lobbies before the next round.
Before the last game, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I have 2 words. It's be careful.
Be careful. Can you explain that?
Just we are going to kill all the lobby. We will try.
Okay, cool. And waiting for see you in the next game. Good luck.
Yeah.
Bye.
Welcome guys, we are having Bami and Chris here. Congratulations on making it through to the winner stage and securing your place in the finals. How do you feel right now?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Good. All right. Looking back to the winner stage, what are you most satisfied with about the team's performance?
I think overall our team play was pretty good and people were communicating well with each other and actually responded to each other. So like overall the communication flow was pretty smooth.
Like, what do you think each player on this team brings that makes Virtus.pro work so well together?
I think it's because we got a pretty good mix of players in front of that. We have, for example, Luca and Nix as very aggressive and proactive players that like to get stuff done all the time. Like they just move forward. And then Mia and Corexia are more slow paced and more like thinking about like all the other stuff they can't do at the same time. So it's just like all like a good mix of like a bit of aggressiveness and passiveness and just a overall overview in the game.
Good. Anything want to follow up?
No.
Okay. Maybe next one is for you. Yeah. Like if PUBG became a real-life survival show, who on Virtus.pro would be the last one standing?
That's gonna be Lucarox.
Why?
He doesn't give a fuck about anything, so let's go with that one.
Who will be the first one eliminated?
Me.
Why?
I don't know. I'm just gonna be there.
Okay. You just want to quit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. If your team had a reality show, who do you think would accidentally become the fan favorite?
I think it would be it'd probably be either Nix or Luca, depending on what type of personality you are preferring. You have a Nix who are like very, he's a very emotional guy and very like outgoing and out forward, so he can be very entertaining to watch. And then you have Luca, who is pretty much the opposite. He's just very chill and laid back. So I think it kind of depends what you want to watch.
Okay, that's like polarized.
They are like polarized of each other at that point.
The final stage is just around the corner. What's the biggest thing Virtus.pro wants to improve like before that?
I think like just kind of do what we have been doing lately. Keep up what we did for EWC and what we've been doing so far in winner stage. Like keep up the communication flow, make sure we pre-plan like we're good at, and if we do that, like we're gonna dominate no matter what.
So see you in the finals.
Yeah,
let's go. Bye.
Bye guys.
Bye.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop her. We got next.
It looks like the time has come. The final is here as we prepare to head directly into the last map. This is where everything comes to a head. PGS7 from Shanghai, China has come to a finish. One more game to play. The race for the championship is just a few teams at the very top, and it is going to be fast and aggressive. Poro, as you prepare for this match, what are you looking at specifically? Is there something you need to see out of a couple or any of these teams as we as fans watch right out of the gate?
Looking for supers. Looking supers at Arena, obviously, to see how they decide to approach whatever the first circle is. Are they going to try to do the play it safe thing, not engage, go away from what the play style has been for them for these last 9 games? And if they do, that's when you start worrying a little bit, right? Also, it feels like Tego has been a spot that we see a lot of early fighting just in general, and now all of a sudden we're getting into a final game when everybody's just throwing everything up against the wall to see what sticks. So I expect early conflict here on this last match.
I mean, the fact is, this is ending on Tego, which is incredibly scary, I think, for a lot of these teams. It's not the norm. It's a new adventure. We started here. We'll end here. It is the final match of PGS7. E-Arena in a strong position, but Supers, Geeky, and Virtus.pro are on the chase. For the last time this week, it's time to Tego as we head into game with your casters, Porosaurus and Matchroom.
Here is the end of PGS7 plane path all the way over to northeast, ending down in the kind of southwest, so it gives you anything unless you want to stretch down for hospital. Airport going to be very quickly gobbled up by Falcons, of course. But I feel like when we get this plane path Poro, Shipyard looms large. We keep getting pulls back that direction time and time again with this plane.
Does feel like that, and this is also a map that we've seen a lot of action going on in the south, but that's going to be avoided this time around with that plane. So we'll see if we go up to the north in that island. There's already a number of teams playing around those bridges. Myth up there by Shipyard, as you said, Virtus Pro, Yongshan, DNS, JDG, now even Nemesis, all the way on that river on the north side. As everybody's just kind of biding their time. It looks like for now, at least, we'll avoid any early game shenanigans. And there you go, dead center.
Man, this is going to be a bit one of those gamble situations. You have to assume that it's going to end up down into the south. Northern Ireland just keep it a bit more, but I mean, we can see these circles go do some crazy things right now since we've removed the water elements from it. It can go a little bit of wherever. Get an idea of what's going on in that last game is it all pulled down Los Leones and Puerto Paraiso. This circle off the start was, you know, we talked about we get a lot of open endings. That was a very open start to the game. It was just so much water.
It was, and actually getting reminded that Sharper actually started that match all the way up in the northwest. You see how long it took them to come in, and going through Los Leones, they end up taking that high ground position on the edge, and a lot of good shifts going their direction, but they did have to win this initial spot from Anyone's Legend, and that is where they started their rampage by taking out Delwyn, and it was basically just kind of high ground from there, wasn't it?
This is just a very cleanly played game from Sharper. You know, we've kind of talked about like them being newish on the block, but whenever we look at players like Thanawat, they've been around for a really long time. Dating back all the way to like 2018, 2019, that's whenever we saw them entering the Southeast Asian Championships. I mean, Thanawat was a 2019 PNC player. So there is a lot of still history on this squad. It's just kind of a newer mesh of players with a couple of newer faces being led by some very, I guess, experienced players, and you can start to feel that maybe the underdog story might be starting to die off. Taking a fight against Anyone's Legend to start this off with, and then taking Myth at the end of it, that's feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good.
Pretty nice. But once again, it's just APAC endgame, isn't it? Like, it feels like the later stages of these tournaments, the APAC teams really start to turn it on, start to shine, and something about just the way they approach the game, something about that play style. It seems like they just have zero fears going into the end of the tournament, and that's actually opens things up a lot more for them, as we see Luca Rux keeping eyes down on Twisted Minds. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
A big shout out to Earth Zapui as well, just to kind of tail end on the Sharper thing, because, man, Earth has just been finding a lot of successes, weird spots, like he was the last survivor whenever they were trying to qualify and he was down in the water. He just seems to be the guy that whenever something needs to happen, a lot of the pressure falls onto his shoulders, and I think he's just getting more and more comfortable with this the longer it goes, as Made in Thailand's gonna, I think, send Kiss around to wrap, and it looks like Vitality also sitting in defense. Is Kiss enough by himself? Well, we also do have Kickstart coming up back behind the screen.
Why not? I mean, this is kind of exactly what I was expecting. I don't know what happened there, Kiss. Going down to his own grenade, and Falcons just in perfect position to capitalize. They'll steal Levante away, they'll steal Kiss away, and they might not have had the best weekend so far, but might be able to turn things around here in the lane.
Look, Kiss just needs to get away from cars and explosions. That C4 was an abysmal C4 that we saw earlier, and then now the nade onto himself. I think he was like trying to throw it and then jump back in the car, and maybe that didn't all work out the way he planned it to. But, okay, so, Made in Thailand, now you've lost Kiss, and, I mean, losing Kiss early, that's going to be hard. We do know the fact that Myth has got a lot of fragging capabilities on the team. Scappy's been known for having some commodities with Baron alongside him. Of course, Jacob, I mean, we talked about him a ton last year or so. Do they have a way to maybe get good old Kiss back and it be comfortable? Ish?
I think they should be able to. It looks like Falcons is pulling away. Vitality is still kind of off in the distance, so they should be able to get Kiss's blue chip. He wasn't that far removed from everybody, so we'll see if they get that and where they decide to go to hit the revive station as we check in with E-Arena. Currently the lobby leader, but only by 4 points, and they are on that western side, and it is packed over there right now. Nemesis, Anyone's Legend, a few other teams just all in the same general vicinity here.
This is a big 2-2 split. No going and hiding in a corner and trying to come into a later game, blah, 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 blah for E-Arena. They want to take control over a section of the circle, and like you said, there is just a ton of teams over here. Nemesis is going to be the closest threat. A couple of shots probably going to start coming out. There they are on to Melman. That's going to force Melman more up into the north, where we got JD Gaming at. So if we can continue to corral them on top of Anyone's Legend, that's going to be a big firefight, even if they don't end up getting the kills. But Lyrics does manage to get stayed, so he'll take that one up. JDG is going to get the knock and the flush onto Melman, and Nemesis just kind of caught in a four-way crossfire, and there's not much they can do. Finally, something comes back. Dipex gets a knock on him ass. Can he get anything else? It is just everybody rolling up on top of him. Dipex, what do you got in the tank? Last one, play in for your team survival here. 13th place. Any points he can find are gonna be denied. Goes out. Our first team eliminated.
Yeah, and that's a shame for Nemesis, but they did make the final stage here. Again, this is a team that fought their way up from the cups in EMEA and made it to the final stage in their first appearance. So a lot of things to be excited about for that squad going forward as we now check back in with JDG. It's like they have now turned their attention over towards Anyone's Legend. Meanwhile, E-Arena still third-partying all of this, Matt, and they've already got 1 point for themselves.
How much more can they get? Every time you see a kill go over, it's going to add more and more stress to Supers, GK, VP, and yes, even Twisted. 17's a squad that probably doesn't even consider themselves out yet, just given the way that they go. They always think they can frag it out, but math, probably not. I have to see, though, if the circle does favor E-Arena's position. They are playing to the southwest Hosan area. If we get a pop opposite side, could be big. GK, though, already has a player down, and of course, it's going to be Sharper on the hunt, man. Sharper, I'm starting to be a bit worried going into next week because Sharper is playing really vicious. They've stolen that title away.
Again, and oh no, GK, they're going to lose Park Pro now. As we talked about Sharper, what they were able to do in that tie qualifier, they looked so dominant. I mean, they had such a lead by the end that was just damn near insurmountable for anybody else, and they didn't show it so much through the first weekend. But here on the second day of finals, it looks like they're starting to find their groove here a little bit now as the new circle does pop. And GK, though, down to just 2. Remember, they came into today in first place. And I brought up at the beginning of the day that no team that has been in first place after one day has won the entire thing yet. And it looks like that might continue to be the case.
Okay, Arena, this is where you got to make some magic happen. Looks like they're going to go for more of a southern wrap, maybe come around the other side of Buksan Sa. Don't know exactly what their plan is. If they approach in back behind GK, that could be a little bit more perilous, as we do have Full Sense running a little bit longer of a split, and that's where the I wouldn't say ever aggressive, but the today aggressive Sharper are going to be playing from. VP's got their 2-2 split to the north, and now that we've kind of abandoned the island, that means that Super's got to make their way across. Giz is now going to be dropping in to regroup with Myth, and also want to give a shout out. Toffees always wants to make sure that you guys give the best information, even sometimes there's a little bit of confusion. Reminder that this is going to be the lobby that we see for winners. Survivals happens the second day. He wanted to make sure that you guys knew exactly what was going on, and you got to love him for it. Always willing to correct himself. Just make sure that you guys get the right information.
Yes, sir. Looking at Supers, they do have eyes in the sky here from Deal. They were coming in from the north, as you said, but they have a lot of space to play around with. Now, I'm more worried about E-Arena. They're wrapping down on the south side, but the south side of this zone is so packed, so compacted, that E-Arena is very likely to run into trouble. And if they're trying to hold on to that lead, with Supers having that pretty easy pathing into the north side, that's a bad look. We'll see what E-Arena decides to do here as they come in from the south.
Okay. Yeah, this Songjong thing could be a problem. Songjong is going to hop in his vehicle. I mean, Songjong, he can sometimes go for more of a desperation play, but I think that GK is just going to be trying to play for survival at this point. Going to let E-Arena wrap in front of him, and it does look like maybe it is going to be the Buksan wrap. It means Geek K is thinking the exact same thing. Khan's pretty far ahead of this. I think that Khan is also managed to pick up the blue chips. Yeah, so he's going to head over there trying to get Geek K back into it. If E-Arena notices that, that could be its own bigger problem.
Maybe not all hope yet lost for Geek K, as Khan will hit that revive station. E-Arena looks like they're more concerned about just making their way here through Buksan, avoiding Sharper on the north side. So big long wrap from E-Arena. That's actually going to work out well for him. As we said, the south side was very compact, but the southeast and up to the east looking a little bit more pliable.
I mean, we had eyes on everything in this circle. I called it that would probably be the best one to go for. So kudos to E-Arena. You are reading this perfectly. Also lets you get like that hillside from Buksan to get some distance away. Issue is the southeastern section of the circle is pretty fields heavy. Circle pops, abandons it, and now if E-Arena continues to wrap over into the northeast, around Terminal in that area, that's going to be way more open and could be comfy cozy. Meanwhile, Sharper's just going to have to send it in the circle right next to Petrichor Road. Vitality's going to be just a bit ahead of them. Tuesday already taking a couple of shots. Full Sense is going to be following him back behind that. Also, Team Liquid coming up on the other side of Petrichor Road, as it is about to be everybody in the lobby to the south, right on top of Petrichor Road 17 and Twisted Minds.
It feels like everybody's seen this one before. They've seen this movie. Terminal getting into the dead center of the circle here on phase 3. And Falcons trying to defend the line here against Vitality. You see Geek K, the 2 revives they had, did manage to hit the ground, and they did manage to secure a foothold on that south side. We'll see if they're able to hold on to it, as Vitality is still making their way in.
Are they just going to look at Vitality and start swinging their fists at him to try to get him to go away and run a different direction, because they got nothing right now? Going to go ahead and pick up at least some type of AAR to get some damage. Vitality's just trying to get some distance away from what's going to be going on with Falcons, so start stretching more of that direction. So if GK doesn't get their loot better off, they're going to be headed back to the lobby yet again, and Vitality making a big push, but I don't know. Is it just enough rounds? Yeah, there you go. Get yourself the shotty. Wait, be patient, and that shield being popped up, I think, is causing a little bit of hesitation.
I almost wonder if the couple of shots that Park Pro sent let Vitality know that there's a solo in here with nothing but a shotgun. But there you go, he's gonna spot him. Maybe he didn't shoot, and Vitality had no idea, so Gedrox is gonna go down. Park Pro waiting for the inevitable return push here, and actually the inevitable rain of grenades being sent over in that direction probably is more likely, as he's not even gonna stop down to loot up that fallen player, even though all he's got is a shotgun to his name.
Vitality doesn't know really that the other GK players aren't over here. They have to assume that maybe all 4 have regrouped and kind of gone for this position. So they came in a bit more wild over into the west and the due south. So GK's trying to wrap around E-Arena, the other 2, I should say, just so that way they can come and reinforce. But E-Arena keeps dancing down into that terminal sight line. They don't like the way it looks, so keeps retreating back to the hills, and that's kind of forced GK to go a lot further north in their wrap to try to regroup. And if Pathenpong keeps sticking over here, is he going to go for any shots onto GK? I think that he might just let him go, but this might also discourage E-Arena on their approach into Terminal itself.
No, this is actually a really nice spot for E-Arena to hold. They don't have to push into Terminal. They can just play this hill as the spray comes through from Pathenpong. Oh, he's going to take down Songjang before he can get into the compound itself, but has to retreat quickly because Vitality had an angle on that as well. So E-Arena's spot actually fantastic right now. Super's still up on the north. Big wide split as we wait and see what the next circle decides to do. Is it going to stay on Terminal, or will the south get some love? It looks like it will.
E-Arena kind of pulling away from that hillside for just a second. It would have been good for maybe a later stage defense, but I guess that they were feeling that with the wraps that were coming through, being out in the open like that didn't feel too friendly. So Twisted Mind's going to be down there, and Sharper in the center. It's been running amok right now. Team Liquid's going to be right next to him. Petrichor Road 17. But Terminal still going to be in play. It means that we have Myth as well as a VP coming in. That northwestern area feels like it is brewing a tornado that is going to absolutely destroy teams. VP, JDG, Supers all over there with anyone's legend. 17 Team Liquid, and Falcon's going to have to be on defense. This is going to be hard, because even in the center where Sharper's at, that's a pretty decent sized hill that's going to have a lot of vision leading down into Terminal and the west.
I'm really worried for Supers here. I don't know what the play is. Now you see Rex sending a few mortars. Not sure where those are getting sent to. Looks like it's going to be over towards Liquid, and that's really just kind of return mortars. But the other three for Supers are inside the vehicles, and they're going to be pushing right into JDG. They do have a little bit of a ridgeline they could play on the north side of that road to stop down. But this is going to, I mean, Supers can't afford to really get locked down and bogged down in this.
Yeah, but they also know that it's E-Arena over into the east. They were wanting to approach over here. Geek on defense right now. Vitality decided to run right up into their faces. Not too many other options. Start to go for kills over here. So Geek, Shotty's out, getting whatever they can over here. As Super's making the send right along the other side. It's going to be while VP is making their move. They bypass JDG, but it's coming at a cost. Anyone's Legend's going to fall. Vitality's going to fall. The kill feed is absolutely exploding. There is nowhere safe to the north or to the west.
And Supers is down to 2. E-Arena still 4 alive, playing on that eastern side of Terminal. They're loving this as they see their primary competitors falling by the wayside. Geek also only down to 2, but they might be able to get some reses here as they are still inside that compound in Terminal. Falcons now turning their attention back over towards Myth.
Yeah, VP is just trying to get to the road inside the circle. Super is going to be very close to Geek and not quite in throwable range or anything else like that, but Geek is going to have some supervision on that position, whereas Team Liquid's going to have the high position above it. JDG is making a send down to the south. That's going to be right on top of 17. There's just nowhere else for JDG to go, so I guess they went on the hunt for some kills and going to try to see if they can crash the compound and get control over it, but Little Ghost just doing a great job on defense. That is going to be Cold and Suze already both down.
Nicely done there by 17. Good hold. They were expecting the push, and they were perfectly positioned to deal with it. They take out 2. JDG now down to 2 of their own, but they have to worry about Virtus Pros continuing to push down that roadside. The grenades are being traded back and forth here between Full Sense and Twisted Minds. So far, Twisted Minds coming out ahead, and the circle shift is going to cut back over towards the east.
The VP eyes on to JDG to see if maybe they can get a couple kills onto him. Nades aren't really bouncing the way they want. That one does, though. So, more kills may be stacking over for VP as now 17 realizes the circle's abandoned them. Maybe they should go after JDG and see if they can get those points for themselves. Petrichor Road taking shots down on 17, stalling them out. Everything's kind of stacking up for VP. Do they want to go around, try to wrap around Terminal, or do they want to go after kills? Big decisions for them, and it looks like it is going to be a regroup to play for position because they still think they have a chance to win this.
Oh, man, it might be GG. I mean, E-Arena just has perfect position. And they have just, they're able to third-party everything that's going on coming out of Terminal as VP. They will make that send. They're going to run just south of Liquid. We saw what Liquid was able to do to ALAG earlier, but they will not get close enough this time. Instead, they're going to keep breezing through. They're going to get right in between the E-Arena split as they just drive all the way through the circle from one side to the other, trying to improve their situation, but the situation has not improved.
Oh, they already spotted Lyrics. It's going to be Baron that gets the knock onto him.
And
so the
flush.
isolated position over into the east. That's going to be a big problem for E-Arena on the approach and defense for VP. If VP is trying to track that, they probably saw that kill feed. Might have realized the fact that somebody's going to be from E-Arena very close to them, and maybe the ones who were shooting at him a second ago. Falcons also going to start stacking on top of Geek over into Terminal. Myth also have to make their way over there. Super still just in trouble. Team Liquid trying to hold out 17. Petrichor Road still just going to be watching it. And of course, it's going to be Sharper as well as Twisted Minds keeping control over the gatekeeping down to the southwest.
Super's dream may be over here as they are down to just 1 Geek. They've still got 3 alive, and they have the edge of Terminal, but Myth and Falcons, huge thorn in their side. You can see they're just shotgunned up and ready for Falcons to make any type of push, but Falcons don't have to do that just yet. Instead, they'll focus their attention over towards Myth as Rex will try to make a wrap around Terminal, see if he can maybe come in from that northeastern side, maybe get a few more heals along the way.
Have fun with that. That's going to be the VP and Myth sight line. VP's gone for another reposition closer to the center. That's going to put him next to E-Arena, but also means the fact that Myth and Falcons just can throw every single bullet that they've got this direction. It is just VP getting pulled apart too many different directions and just trying to survive. E-Arena's on the other side of this little hill, so at least they don't have vision on anything. But GK, Falcons, and Myth all just decided that VP was the bigger problem, and they can just wait and deal with themselves in a little while.
Yeah, it was going to take a miracle run for Virtus Pro, and they're not out of it just yet, but it's not looking great as they will get Nixie back onto his feet. E-Arena just sitting in their compound right now. Twisted Minds also
have an opportunity for a miracle run here. They've already got 5 kills, and they're wrapping around on that south side, trying to third party. They've got Petrichor at a very disadvantaged position right now. Let's see if they can maybe land a couple of good grenades, get a couple more points in their bag as Rex goes down. Goodbye, Supers.
Yeah, I mean, valiant attempt, but now Petrichor Road focused with Twisted Minds. Circle has moved more into the VP position, also banning most of Terminal, so Twisted Minds knows it's got to be a kill game for them to get this if it's going to happen. Nades going back between both sides of it. Sharper just annihilates Team Liquid as they are just still on their rampage. Sharper, man, just climbing and climbing. Now starting to creep up next to 17 on the leaderboard. Don't know why I call him 16 for a second. Batulins runs down, goes for the shots. Ming holds it, though. Down goes Batulins, and the reinforcements for Twisted Minds now have to deal with Ming entrenched as he finds another one. It's all coming apart.
Ming, the solo player for Petrichor, and he is causing problems here for Twisted Minds as they wait. Oh, there's no way. Can Ming hit this? He cooks it perfectly in Twisted Minds. They had to be aggressive. They had to go for points, but Ming holds strong and takes down Twisted.
1 up for Sharper, a 1 up for Petrichor Road. Make it 2 up for Sharper as they did manage to get the res. So, Sharper, you've got to try to get in the circle. Ming, you've got to try to get in the circle. Falcons, GK, you're on top of each other. Myth said, nah, we're done with Terminal. They went over to the east. They spotted out that knock on to Corexia. They managed to kind of walk back over there. So, it's now Myth in control over the northeast. Falcons, GK on top of each other, having to leave this point. Blue Zone stacking in back behind them. VP eyes that direction. E-Arena just playing down to the southeast, not even involved in this. This hillside's created a perfect barrier of isolation so they can hold on to all their utility, all their armor, all their meds, and everybody else is just having to fight it out.
Ming's reign of terror continues. He's taken out 1 from Sharper. Now he's got his eyes on Tanawat. And Tanawat actually going to get taken down by Beamy. So problem solved there for Ming. As Geekay continues to try to take this fight with Falcons, they've got to get something off of this if they are having any hope of catching up with E-Arena. But Shrimzy will take down Park Pro with the Molotov. Nixie finishes off Ming in the meantime as Akan and EJ, shotguns in hand, go hunting.
6 points to try to catch up against the arena, and they still have to go in the circle after that. EJ goes down. Akan's got the shoddy, but Falcons have the numbers flooding around him right now. They have a decent idea on where he's at, and it's got to be this little countertop providing him some safety, enough to get 1 of them. Now where does he step away? Does he hear anybody else coming? Nah, he's gonna go for the flush, plays it slow, instead retreats from the angle. Remember, Blue Zone still coming over here. None of this is gonna be inside the safe zone, so a couple peeks back behind it. It's gonna slow back down the timings on all of this. Falcons now caught on the outside of it. Myth watching, Nixie getting invested. Oh, this is a way to get a couple of kills, but Nixie taking the shots. Akan has nowhere to go. He's just trapped in a device of his own creation.
Hoisted by his own petard, the C4 is starting to tick out. Falcon's going to go for the run. Akan will toot him in the back, but before he goes down to his own C4, he'll take out a bunch of Falcons in the process, but 7 kills is not going to be enough. E-Arena in perfect position here to secure the championship of PGS7.
VP just can't find enough to take that first place position, but second place is still potentially on the table. E-Arena, though, just still has so much utility left over. Nixie's starting to feel it. Gets knock on to Baron. Myth has been playing over in that northeast. They've managed to find a ridge line pretty much due north inside the circle while VP's got control of all the west. Now it's starting to mean that finally E-Arena is getting vision on everything as everybody's got to start clustering around that hillside.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough left on the board for VP to catch up to E-Arena, but of course E-Arena doesn't know that. VP doesn't know that. Both of these teams will absolutely do everything in their power to secure this win. A few more points. See Nurin's just keeping an eye on that ridge line, trying to bait out a peek by moving that vehicle around as Jacob's going to go down to Nixie with a well-placed grenade. That might be Myth in trouble. It looks like Nixie's all by himself, just soloing Myth right now.
Yeah, okay, Beamy. I mean, he's getting a lot of that information and what he wants to try to make happen over there. Scrappy Or Scappy. Sorry, I don't know. My words are just gone for me. E-Arena, though, making a commitment back into the west. They're starting to push up the hillside. Beamy's going to be waiting for it. Nurens does spot out Lukaruk, so that's one down. They know the threats between them. Up on top, you can see profiling the down player for VP, trying to see if he can get any information. Feed it back over to his teammates. Myth watching on the outside of this path of Pong, running forward, making sure to secure up Lukaruks, but that opens up an angle for Nixie. He gets the knock on the path of Pong.
Really nice trade to start things off. That grenade's going to sail just a little bit too wide. Opons has another one in the bag. We'll send it through the smoke, but he's going to get taken down by Beamy. Nuren's now the last player left alive. We'll cook that grenade, send it over in the distance, but it's going to go long. Once again, the utility just not falling where it needs to here for Nuren's. And Myth, they still have Scappy up. He's just in the center of the zone right now, watching all of this happen.
Okay, Scappy watching from the distance while VP on top, finding more and more kills. Can they take down Nuren's 82 points to 86 points for second place? They need to find some more off of it. Nuren's just slowing back down the pathing and the pacing so that way Scappy can watch. VP has to keep their head on a swivel. They know that there's another solo around. All the utility just keeps being dropped down onto Nuren's, increasing the pressure, increasing the fear. Outside this new safe zone, waiting is going to use the car for some cover. Rolls down. Nuren's does get the knock on to Nixie. He's at 4 HP, picking around, but Beamy manages to get the knock. Scappy's not in the position to pounce.
Through the window comes Doom, as now the grenades will get sent over from Scappy. Gonna fall just a little bit wide. Beamy not even gonna go for the res here. He's just gonna take this 1v1. He's got good hard cover. Scappy gonna immediately send it over to that rock to see if he can maybe peek him from the top.
1v1 for second place right now. Myth could jump over anyone's legend and secure themselves 10th place. A Dorito on a rock between them. Peeks opens up on the side of it. Virtus Pro finds it, gets the end, gets the second place.
Beautiful work from Virtus Pro as their climb up the leaderboard culminates in a final win here in the final stage. But E-Arena, they did what they needed to do, and they got 6 points, and they've got themselves a PGS7 championship.
You love to see the play that they played today. Started the day at 36 points and then just shot up the leaderboard. They had something to prove to themselves and everybody else that was participating. So look, behold the strength, the capabilities, and it is going to be your PGS7 champions, E-Arena.
A journey that started in the group stages with a fight to third, took them to the winners. They got third there as well, and now they get to stand behind the trophy as the champions. You've heard the phrase, follow the white rabbit. That's where the truth lies. Well, the truth is, E-Arena from the start of PGS7 put pedal to metal and deserves the win as they lift the trophy and rejoice. Your PGS7 champions, the White Rabbits, E-Arena, and deserved every step of the way.
Just an absolutely stellar performance coming out from these guys through and through on today. I mean, to rebound mentally after what we saw yesterday, Gibson, I mean, it wasn't a terrible day, but they were not on track to be aiming for this, and it was all just mental and walking it through, understanding and just taking every opportunity that was presented to them.
It's not even the rebound, it's the story, right? When you consider that they lost arguably their best player at the start of the year as Jacob went to Myth and found success at PGS's, and then they finally stand tall. But let's jump on over to Yinxie on the live stage.
PGS champion, E-Arena. Right, we can like start with luxury. It's okay. It's okay. We can start with luxury. Can you like, yeah, could you please hand over the microphone? Okay, thank you. How do you feel like? You enjoy it as a coach?
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับเพราะว่าแบบเฉียดไปเฉียดมาหลายรอบแล้วเคยได้ที่2แบบ 2-3 รอบแล้วก็เลยรู้สึกว่าแบบว่าเหมือนได้ปลดล็อกทีมครับประมาณนั้น
评分一直是上下的，然后每
每次都是第二、第三名，然后今天拿到了冠军是特别感动。
Luxury said we just always be the second place and third place, and this time we finally won the champion. So it's really a good time. It's a good moment. You can pass your mic to Pathampan. Yeah, we'll start with it. Like you start today in 6th place, but you had a comeback story today. How does it feel with the championship? 因为今天开始之前，他们仅仅只有第6名的成绩，但是今天他们上演了逆袭的剧本。这样的情况下拿到冠军，此刻的心情如何？
วันนี้เราเริ่มด้วยคะแนนลำดับที่ 6 แต่ว่าวันนี้เราได้แชมป์มีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับ แล้วก็ปลดล็อกด้วยที่เราพลาดแชมป์มารอบหนึ่งรอบก่อนก็รู้สึกดีครับ
上次已经是没有得冠了，但是今天得到了冠军，所以特别的开心。
Because last time is so much pity for us, but this time we finally made it. So I'm really, really happy. And next we are for lyrics. Like points are extremely close throughout this event. At which point in the tournaments did you start believing you could be the champions? 就是这次的比分实在是太接近了。从哪一刻开始 ，lyrics 觉得，哎，这次比赛冠军我们拿下了。
ก็มีแค่ช็อต VP ครับเพราะผมตายก่อนแล้วก็นับฟีดให้เพื่อนครับว่า QVP ไม่พอแน่นอนครับก็รู้ว่าแชมป์แล้วครับ
Like in the last game when we fight against Virtus Pro, we wipe out them. Then that moment, we knew we are the champions. All right, yes. Like for opens, you've got enough an excellent start in the second half of the season. What are your expectations heading to the next event like PGS 8? 那现在你们在下半年的比赛、下半赛季的比赛已经拿到了一个非常完美的开局。那么对下一个赛段 PGS 8他们的预期是什么样的？
ก็คาดหวังที่จะป้องกันแชมป์อีกรอบนึงครับ
They still want to win the champions again. Glad to hear that. The last question for Narings. Thailand has secured a back-to-back PGS title. What message do you want to send to the Thai fans? Because like they're always standing with you. 他们有太多的观众一直跟他们站在一起。那现在泰国赛区又是连续的拿到了 PGS 赛事的冠军，有没有什么话想要送给他们，送给粉丝们？
ไทยได้แชมป์มาหลาย
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยก็ผมเหมือนเคยสัมภาษณ์ไว้แล้วว่าจะทำให้แฟนคลับคนไทยดีใจครับ แล้วก็ครั้งนี้ผมทำได้ครับ
In the past interview, like we said, we want to make Thailand fans proud, and finally I made it. I like that answer. Congratulations again on winning the championship. What an incredible performance. But it's time for us to look back at some of the best moments on the road to become PGS 7 champions. Let's take a look.
As EA stands behind the trophy, the highlight of their year so far, we'll take a look back at the highlights of how they got to raise it in the first place. It was aggressive play, Porosaurus, from the start. E-Arena committed from the very beginning of this event that they would take fights, they would be aggressive, and they would find ways to win.
Yeah, man, it's just from the group stages, really. It's just, they've been in third. Like, they get third in groups, third in winners, and then finally are able to clutch it out here in the end. Now, they did get some favors done by them by a fall off from Supers and Geeke. But such clutch stuff here coming up from E-Arena. They were not phased at all. They were not, the moment was not too big for them. They were able to clutch out on a day when they needed to be clutch. So great work for them.
Looking around at the performance, man, I'm still just astounded on what is pretty much a 60-point climb on the day. at 58 or something else like that. And you kind of alluded to it, was the falter from the guys at the top. And I think a big part of that was just due to the dominance and the way that we saw E-Arena play around this. They just kind of kept finding the opportunities and were playing in the right positions. And a couple of times that you thought, okay, well, maybe the squad could do this or whatever, they were always the proactive and initiator onto what was happening around them. Even in situations where you thought that they would probably end up dying, they managed to fight their way out of it, whereas so many people that were at the top were just kind of lost in the circles.
Yeah, but from game 4 on, they were the best team in this PGS. Like the first 4 games, bombed out in 16th with no points, 8th place, 10th place. From that point on, you barely saw them outside the top 4. They deserved it. They tied it up nicely. And you know what? Like I said, it's nice of them to kind of step out of the shadow of Myth and get that event win as well. Like, you know how much it means to them.
You know, it's a tradition as of now that we have a tie team compete, if not win, PGC, and E-Arena starting to look like that might be the track they're looking to run. Now, you brought something up at the start of the day, Poro. I believe it was that no leader after day 1 has ever won a PGS. Am I remembering that correctly?
That is correct.
And here we stand again. Geeke and Soup both let the rope slide. The fact that VP came out with E-Arena and the two of them had blazer days. I mean, even to the point, Poro, where at the end of that game, Geeke tried everything they could with that C4 to create a buffer on the way out to keep second place, and it was not to be.
It was always going to be tough trying to get out of that situation that they found themselves in, even down to 3. And once that circle shifted away from supers, man, there was just nothing really that they could do. And honestly, it felt like E-Arena won the championship whenever they made the call to do the long wrap all the way around from the northwest to the eastern side, going down from the south side. They ended up getting a wide open eastern side of that circle to play from, and they knew exactly what to do once they got it, and just managed to get a nice little stack of kills for themselves as well, all the way into the end game. The Virtus Pro just proving a little bit too much for him, but at that point it didn't matter. So fantastic work from those E-Arena boys.
E-Arena standing at the top of the leaderboard as they channel Jonathan Taylor-Thomas, feeling strong up there, looking good and ready to dominate. It feels like this could set the stage for a very big run because, Matt, what happens here is we have 2 more weeks of constant play, and E-Arena has sort of set the momentum that could carry them forward through the entire circuit.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to replicate the success of today, but as long as you don't have day 1, it shouldn't be too hard to kind of balance it out. Other side of that, this is going to be a great opportunity whenever you look at Geeke as well as Supers to try to go, okay, what the heck is going on? Why did this end up happening? But it was great to see a resurgence coming up from Twisted Minds, ending up in 5th place overall, and also Sharper, man. Sharper, give me more of whatever happened today. Toffees, I know you were singing them their praises coming into this. They were like one of your favorites as the underdogs. Like, give me some love from them.
I've definitely given them a little love, but I will be honest, I've also said some pretty mean things about them this week, specifically their play in the previous round. So what I can give you on Sharper is that a team that is that far behind and feels the ability, the willingness to put everything out there and take these fights is a team that I'm excited to watch develop for the future, right? This is a team that said, hey, we don't have a lot going into day 2. Let's just put it all on the line. And, you know, Gibson, fight after fight, they kept coming out on top.
Yeah, they did. You know, the T-Rexes, as they were called by the self-appointed Quokka, Poro, came in strong on day number 2 and picked up a bunch of points. There's a reference if anyone was watching yesterday. But again, it was very on-off for them. One day they were terrible, the next day they were great. Then one day they were terrible, then the next day they were great. There's stuff they can build on. I think they have a ton of talent in players like Earth and Thanawat, so maybe those 2 players can add some more leadership going into the next PGS. But I think the big one for me is they didn't win, but VP consistency once more, finishing in 2nd place off the back of winning EWC. And let's be real, they were imposters in 2nd place when you look. Yeah, but look at how few placement points they got. They just fragged their way to 2nd.
I mean,
okay, I gotta jump in. Is it technically a back-to-back? We did
I'll give it,
have
we
Games
give
of
it
the Future in between.
I'm not counting it.
It does feel back-to-back.
Okay.
That
I'm
wasn't
not counting
real.
it.
No, we're not talking about that. That was like a weird alternative reality. Back to back, as far as I'm concerned. Nixie comes away with a great game, and it looks like we have a chance to catch up with our MVP, Nixie.
Ages 7 final MVP.
Thank you so much.
I have to tell you that's because the competition of the final MVP is like so close. How do you feel right now after telling this?
I mean, I didn't expect to win. I thought the MVP is always from the winning team. So, I mean, it's nice surprising. So, yeah, I feel good, of course.
All right, but it's like a back-to-back FMVP for you. Anything difference between the EWC final MVP?
I mean, I would say the main difference is that my teammates were standing beside me because we won the trophy. I'd always trade the MVP for the trophy, so yeah, I guess that is the biggest difference.
But you've already had one. All right, the last question, like you said, the teammates are always important, but MVP is kind of an individual award. So what do you want to say to your teammates?
I mean, I'm proud how we bounced back. We kind of had rough games at the start of the day. So I'm really proud of them how we bounced back, of course, and yeah, I just wish that because we always had a dream of winning the last game and winning the champion at that moment, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen, sadly, but I'm sure that it's gonna happen in the future. So yeah.
Yes, it's a little pity, but well done, Lexi. Well done, Virtus Pro.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and once again, congratulations to the PGS 7 final MVP, Lexi.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. All right, coming up next are two things everyone has been waiting to see: the PGS 7 total prize leaderboard and the road to PGC PGS points. Let's take a look.
So I feel so bad for Nixie that they did so well at EWC. They got to take a victory lap on the last game instead of winning it at the last moment with all the stress. I love that winner's mentality out of these guys. But let's look at the overall, the prize leaderboard. E-Arena takes home $31,000, Virtus Pro 21, and then it goes on down from there. We saw Geeky try everything they could to keep that extra 9K in their pocket in that last fight against the Falcons, but the Falcons looking out for their friends from the West, Virtus Pro. Gibson?
Yeah, exactly. The Falcons, they're on the wrong side of the leaderboard. But you know what? Twisted Minds, a bunch of money for them. Geeky, the same. Those teams doing pretty good for themselves. I'm sorry. Every time I see Geeky, I still think about the European roster. That's all me. But here's your overall PGC point leaderboard. Is it safe to say VP probably going to be there?
I mean, it's borderline safe to say they're going to win it at this point. Like, they have been light. I mean, but that's it. It's like you peak at the right time. And there has been this tradition, Poro, when you do well at EWC, there's sort of this rebound phase. We saw that with the Falcons. We saw that with Twisted Minds. And I thought I was worried about it with how they played last week at Games of the Future, but here they stand in second place. And yeah, they didn't win, but that's still a statement that, boys, we still got it, and we're rolling towards PGC like a lightning storm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of a layoff after you get a big tournament win. It's just inevitable considering how much goes into winning one of these things. But Virtus Pro coming in here, not getting the win, but definitely looking strong once again, showing them that same form that won EWC. It really was just an unreal day from E-Arena. Was the only thing that kept them out of it.
This is that moment the players wait for, a chance to sign the bottom of the trophy to be immortalized as a PGS champion forever. E-Arena going to go ahead and put those on there. Pretty excited. You can hear them announcing the win over there in the stadium right now. Got to get that pen up and running. But this is a big moment, Matt, to be able to change it. You know what it is? He's signing with multiple pens so that he can give those away afterward. Just like when you sign a big old win contract. Exactly. He's pulling the presidential.
Those glitter pens can sometimes be a little bit hard to write with. That's not on him. They just kind of dry out really fast. If you haven't ever tried to use them, like middle school or high school, any of that other stuff, you all know. Like, you can see they're a little bit runny whenever they work as it kind of runs down. And if they're not, then they just don't write at all. But, I mean, hey, you got to keep it stylish and sexy. So, love that coming up for the boys is, again, just all you can say is earned, man. And a day whenever it felt like everybody else was faltering, it was just E-Arena and VP finding so much success.
Yep. Big success, big names going on the trophy, part of the history of PGS. The PGS era started a couple of years ago, Gibson, with that win by 17 in Malaysia, and has continued since then. It started an era of change within PUBG, and as E-Arena walks over to mount their plate under the trophy, they join the Parthenon of champions who will forever be remembered as winners
in this series. PGS 7 champions once again. Look at them lift it.
Gotta catch the names for a second. Oh, I always love the little happy bounces coming up here. The guys. I mean, yeah, dude, it's their moment. Enjoy. We haven't had a chance to talk about this because they did kind of come in as the underdogs for this. There were a lot of expectations for a lot of other squads. They weren't really in the conversation even when we started the day. It's just through their own skill and their own wherewithal that they're there right now holding that trophy whenever nobody else is.
Absolutely. The names to remember are Larix, Norins, Opons, and Pathampong, names that have been journeymen, mercenaries, grinders within their scene in a place, APAC, that has been on the rise for years coming. They have had to watch their countrymen, their teammates, and their regional champions not be them. And here they stand now at the top of the podium on track to make a move. This is the time, Gibson, to lead yourself towards PGC to make a statement that you forgot about us, but you can't anymore.
No, you cannot. Second half of the year, EA's putting the front foot forward, and hopefully they can continue. Look, I love this roster. I think they're great guys. They're fun to watch. Let's see if they can continue momentum. But it doesn't slow down because they got, a couple of days break, and it's back at it again.
Back at it again, and that's what's going to happen. We're going to be back at it again next week. We're starting it 1 day later because there's no group stages, but when we come back, it'll be with the winners stage. The same 16 take the field, but they have a couple of days to adjust, to make some meta shifts, and to deal with the monsters who dominated this week. But before we sign out and say we'll see you soon, I love final thoughts. So let's take one last look back at PGS 7. Borosaurus, give me your final thoughts.
Congratulations to E-Arena. Obviously, it's always had to suck for them, as many have said already, just not always being that top team from Thailand that everybody has on that's name is on their lips, right? But now coming in here and stepping up in a big way. I'd love to see the PGC point total. You see how interesting that whole race for that top 8 is starting to get now. Now the E-Arena has hopped up in there. VP also kind of securing a little bit better hold on there, but with 2 more events left to play in that circuit, what is it, we call it Circuit 3 S2, Series 2, and then the Circuit 3 final. There's still a lot of points left to play for these guys, so still a lot of opportunities to try to put yourself in that top 8 and get that guaranteed pass to PGC.
It was a big get for them. E-Arena does move comfortably into the top 8 at 124. They have a 12-point buffer over the team closest to them below. And Virtus Pro actually far and away 169, feeling very, very good up at the top of that push. Made in Thailand, still barely holding on. Gibson, end of PGS 7. Final thoughts?
Yeah, a lot of teams with a lot to prove next week. Big names like Navi, the Expendables, Genji, Alpha Gaming off the back of a top 3 spot at EWC. All of those teams did not show enough in the first week of PGS 7. Let's see if they can do things different in PGS 8. And please, God, let's get some love going for the Americas.
Amen to that. Matchup final thoughts?
All right, we're talking a lot about all these squads doing everything. Take the successes from today. Sharper, E-Arena, whatever magic you found today, bottle it, hold on to it for 3 more days, bring it back because you guys put on a hell of a day today. VP as well, just so consistent whenever we look at the way that they play. Sure, they're not walking away with that number 1 spot. I know Poro at the start, we were trying to talk about the consistency of VP, and they were like, are you with us now on VP most consistent throughout the year so far?
Sure, man. Yeah, I guess that's the argument I made.
Yeah, it is.
While you guys go back through the annals of history to discuss who expected what, I will say this. I did not expect E-Arena to come out with the win when we showed up here at this event. For them to throw off the expectations, to come out at the top, and to dominate or win the way that they did is a big deal. But the warning for everyone is PGS 8 is not very far away. And as Gibson alluded to, there are monsters swimming beneath the surface that have been waiting, plotting, planning, and looking to get back into this. So while the winners bracket will be interesting, the survival stage is going to be brutal. Make sure you are here. We're going to be back next week at the same time in the same place for even more PUBG action with the Global Series 8. But until we see you then, play more PUBG.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. New fleet, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this, my homie never auction. Wonder if I'm breaking necks, make him get to double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the cradle to the grave.
You wanna see me in the turning flash?
You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face.
I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you hear me say. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봤나 나는 놈이 꾸며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 domino 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 누려 티 탐이 판에 so boring 내가 할 말은 peace out
Locked and loaded like a gun that's holding. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoon stir up the pot, pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. And I gotta pave the way, they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense, that's common. Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정이 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. New fleet, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this, my homie never auction. Wonder if I'm breaking necks, make him get to double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the cradle to the grave.
You wanna